Hey everyone, hi, hello, and welcome in to this space. So Mars is like 24 degrees Aries right now. That means that it's officially had its full exact Saturn square. It's going for a Pluto square right now. I just want to see when Pluto goes direct. So in 20 hours and 28 minutes, Pluto will station direct. So, and the fourth is also my Libra best friend. Oh gosh, I don't know if I've ever called him my best friend. No, I know I talk about him a lot, but I honestly do love the man immensely. I'm pretty sure it was over here that I said like he saw me through literally the darkest time of my life, and he met me when I was in that period. Like we knew each other for a good we met each other maybe twice. Once in April, another time in passing in like June or July, and maybe like there were like 3 or 4 days before things started to whatever for me. So he basically knew me from the darkest point of my life. But he decided to, like see it through. So shout out to the Libras out there, because I don't know if a whole bunch of other people would have the patience. But his birthday is tomorrow, and Pluto's going direct tomorrow. So shout out to him. I know he's subscribed. I don't think he watches me, but if he does, I'd be shocked. But I guess if you do watch this, happy birthday, bud. I'll send him a message tonight. Um, yeah, he's a good one. Okay, so I was shuffling up. What we're going to be doing today is I'm going to run through the majors and we're going to see what comes out. It's not going to be quite meandering through the majors because I'm not going to pull other cards outside of it. Even though I really, really, really do want to meander right now. I've been wanting to do it for a minute, but today's not the day because I got stuff to do. And technically, I don't get weekends anymore because I only got 2 months to finish up what I had a year to do. So, but the Queen of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles came out as I was shuffling. And I was like, oh, so like we've been seeing the Queen of Swords a few times over here. And I was like, oh, Queen of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, that's about us putting time and energy and effort into the things that will bear fruit. And for those that don't, we cut it out, right? Cut out the weeds, tend to the crops. But then the Five of Wands came at the bottom of the deck. Now, the Five of Wands as a modifier to this energy, for me, says that just like my Libran friend, sometimes, oh, and look, there's the Empress, so I'm going to take that as confirmation. Sometimes we do have to see things and people through the dark times and through the periods where things are like a little dark for them. It's like it's dark for them, and then it's like a moon energy for us if we don't fully know what's going on. And I asked him like a few times, no, once really, a few months ago, I was like I was a lot. I was a lot. Like why did you keep like why were you still trying to be my friend? And he was like, well, I knew that you wouldn't be in that state forever. So, I was like, oh, wow. So he is nice. He is nice. I don't know why he doesn't like to show how nice he is to me or to his friends or to the people that he cares about. It's like he'll be perfectly nice to strangers, but when it comes to the people that like get closer to him, then it's like, oh, I get to be mean to you because I can't be mean to anybody else apparently. But it is, sometimes like not everything is going to be easy. And the things worth having sometimes are the things worth fighting for. Now, that's not always the case. Some things are more trouble than they're worth. Um, but there are, like I said, instances and situations where there are things worth fighting for. And I think that's what that Five of Wands at the bottom is kind of sort of telling us, right? Because when you grow a crop or when you're a farmer, not every season is going to be easy, but you don't just give up. Well, I guess you could, but you don't just give up just because you enter a difficult season or a difficult situation, right? You try your best to um, make adjustments. I was going to say maneuver. You try your best to accommodate, adjust, pivot, and save the yield, right? You don't just give up. We don't just give up on folks. Well, with a caveat, because again, you can't put more into someone than they're willing to put into themselves or than they're willing to accept. Not everyone, with the lovers at the bottom of the deck, so we're going to look at these and then we'll shuffle again. but not everyone is wanting to be helped or ready to be helped or ready to actually put the things in the past, right? And I guess it all depends on your discernment and your ability to see what someone desires in themselves, but to also love yourself enough to create and maintain healthy boundaries. So, three cards. We got the Nine of Cups, the Two of Cups, and the Queen of Swords again. With the Lovers at the bottom of the deck, the Nine of Cups and the Two of Cups is gorgeous energy. And then with the Queen of Cups, it is that sort of like healthy boundaries type energy. It is the energy of us, not only healthy boundaries, but again, it's knowing, like when you take your vows, and not saying that, that anyone's getting married, but it's like for better or worse, richer or poorer. It's to see people through those darker times and to have people who can see us through our darker times, right? And again, it's not necessarily to just like put up with any kind of treatment and to tolerate everything, but also at the same time, I feel like with the Queen of Swords and her garb of green in this deck, it's to be understanding of where people are and what they're going through and what they need, right? And it's to be patient. So shout out to his birthday tomorrow and putting me in a little more of a watery mood. Because he really did like see me through the worst. And to me it was just so interesting because like he didn't really know me at my best, or he never got to see me at my best, or at my better, or at my like decent. Well, I was decent and good sometimes, but the good times were interspersed with more like not that great times because I was giving out more. First of all, I was ignoring my own needs, and then I took a job that had me responsible for a multitude of people, and I was giving out way more than I kind of sort of had to give because I wasn't pouring into myself at all. And it just sort of exacerbated, I think that's the word, um, everything that I already had going on within me. And then I wasn't able to really have the time to take care of any of that stuff. But with the Nine of Cups, the Two of Cups, and the Queen of Swords, I think it's also an energy of recognition. Recognizing when you found what it is that you're kind of sort of looking for. And I kind of want to say soul to soul recognition. But it's like how that plays a factor sometimes. And then this is why self love is important, but how that soul to soul recognition can kind of sort of put the external things into context, right? Like, okay, this is someone who's not at their best right now. Maybe they're overwhelmed. Maybe they're going through a lot. Maybe they're healing. Maybe they're leaving this behind and they're leaving that behind. And I feel like the Queen of Swords, like this, there's so much patience and love in here. But again, like self love is such a key component because just because we love somebody else doesn't mean we allow ourselves to just be like taken advantage of, disregarded, and things of that nature, right? Because it's like you got a Two of Cups yourself as well, right? Like all of the internal Nine of Cups stuff, that's what we have to do. And then if we get some external like cherries on the top, those are bonuses. And then there's the Devil right there. So again, I do feel like it is partly about being there, but it's also partly about the cycles that we allow ourselves to end up in. And if things get too toxic, that's when we walk away, right? That's when we do our little intervention and it's like, okay, you need to get some help, or you need to heal, you need to work through this, and I'm not going to continue to enable you anymore because I care about you and I care about me. And it's not fair to me to have to. And then there's the King of Cups with the star. So yeah, I don't know, it's a lot. I was not necessarily expecting that, but well, this is already longer of an intro than I wanted because I am running through all of the majors. And then there's the Hermit with the star. I love that because that's what the Hermit finds, right? Or it's the light that the Hermit follows until it gets to that brazier that is its own light. And then it becomes that. It becomes the sun. There's the sun. Look at that. Okay, we're going to turn this over because I keep seeing majors at the bottom of the deck, and that's like, oh, I don't want to see what's last. Okay, here we go. So I was on the porch, you know, doing my thing that I do on the porch, which is just sit on the porch. And I was prepared this time. I already typed out all of the majors. So I can just go ahead and edit in the timestamps. All the timestamps will be in the description box. They will be rough and approximate. I'm using OBS to read the time. I'm not using whatever, and I'm not going back to fix it. So if I'm already talking, go back a few seconds or don't. Also, I would say, like, if you want to pick a number, oh, now I gotta have a counter. If you want to pick a number, or one, two, or three numbers for, like, and then that'd be like the major that you get. I didn't put these in order. I'll remember to put the number on it. But between 0 and 21, right? Because 0 is the fool, 21 is the world. And then, like, you can go to that, or if you want to pick a major, you can pick a major and then go to the timestamp. I don't know. It's your life. However you want to do this, however you want to play and engage and interact with content, that is, feel free to do that. 1 second. Let me take this out because I don't know why this is still here. So, I'm excited to see. If I had to guess what the first major would be, I'm so bad at guessing. Unless I'm like in it. Then I'm like, oh, I feel like this energy is coming up. Maybe Judgment, honestly, because we see Judgment so much in this deck. For the times that we're in, maybe Justice or the Wheel of Fortune, because I feel like things are about to start shifting and changing. But we'll see. We'll see. I was going to use Roman numerals, but I'll just use the alpha. I'll just use the number. Anyway. So, 6 of Cups. Thinking about the past. Fond memories of the past. We are coming up on a Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. 6 of Cups is Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, specifically Scorpio energy, fixed water. It's about those good times, right? And the good times seem so much sweeter when we are in those rough spots. But I would always say that we, instead of focusing on what was in the past, we should focus on creating in the future, right? Or in the now. Because then we're not, like, I don't know. And if there's something good from back then, you can, and if it works now, maybe try to pick it back up. But pick it back up for now going into the future, because the past has already happened. Now, if there's a certain amount of progress, then I guess like we would move forward. If you feel like you've regressed since the past, then I can see why there'd be a tendency to just want to go back and start there and forget everything that happened in between. But if you can learn from everything that happened in between, you won't repeat it, and maybe this past situation can be a current situation into the future situation, maybe possibly until death do us part situation, instead of it like whatever ended it in the past having to come back and happen again so it ends again. I don't know, but it's your life. The 5 of Swords. First card out is the Emperor. Was not expecting that. Okay, come on, masculine energy. What y'all got to say? It's 11:10 my time. The Emperor. 14:25. So, I guess I'm not too surprised with the Emperor, because I feel like masculine energy kind of sort of is going through an overhaul right now, right? Excuse me. We had everything in Saturn that, you know, I think Water Baby was talking about. She's the one who I heard talking about it the most. I'm sure there are other people who were talking about it. But it's like dismantling the patriarchy, healing masculine energy, the transformation of masculine energy. And now we have Mars retrograding in Aries. That's going to be squaring all of those on the way back. as we're sort of, at least in this country, in this time of, it's a very pivotal time. Um, because there's an opportunity to shift things or to keep driving the car off the cliff even though we're already off the cliff. Foot still on the gas, full throttle, even though we're careening into the ground right now. Or, we can dig out the parachutes in the back and put them on real quick and hop out the car and deploy the parachutes. Um, you know, but see, I said I'm not going to worry about how long this is. Because time makes up for itself. Anyway, it is interesting that it's coming out at such a pivotal time because I feel like there are some things that again, with that Six of Cups energy, like there is no undo. We can only correct for it moving forward into the future. And it's almost an opportunity for us to see if we've learned anything, or to see if we'll double down on what it is that we've already kind of sort of decided. Not decided. Well, in some ways, yeah, decided. And if you don't decide, sometimes it's decided for you. But when you defer your decision to someone else, their decision is your decision because you deferred it. You trusted that person with your decision, and this is what they did with it. Maybe you work on your discernment or something. I don't know. Anyway, um, so I guess the Emperor would be a space where we need to kind of sort of step up and take charge, right? And we have the Wheel of Fortune, and I love that energy, because I've been feeling it in the sense of like we have to give spirit, the universe, whatever system of love you believe in, something to work with. And I feel like it's really been a time for us to get clear on, like I was saying, what works and what doesn't work. And with the Wheel of Fortune, it doesn't turn in reverse. The Wheel of Fortune isn't going to go back to this moment and then re-steer you down a different path. It starts here, and then you get to choose how you move forward now. But with the Emperor and the Wheel of Fortune, with the Emperor being like the space of something where we need to take charge, this is us taking charge of our own lives. It's us taking charge of our own destinies. It's us stepping up, us being the CEO of our own lives. And I love that because I feel like that's what I've been feeling for a hot minute now, since like what, February? When I was like, Spirit has given us the keys to the car and they're asking us to drive. Some of us will drive, some of us will just sit in the car with blank expressions on our faces, wondering why we're not going anywhere. And some of us are going to give the keys to somebody else, hoping that they'll take us where we want to go. Right? It's like we have a little bit more say than we think, but it also requires us to do a little bit more than just put everything in someone else's hands. Right? When you get the ball rolling, it can snowball from there. Now, you do want to make sure that you're in an aligned space. You want to make sure that, you know, you're not super, you want to do your best to make sure you're not super concerned of like repeating mistakes from the past and hanging on to this trauma and that trauma, because then it's going to lead you to steer yourself in familiar waters when you're trying to Six of Swords to a new space, right? And there's the Five of Swords right there. The sixth sword is the decision that this Emperor makes to be like, you know what? All of this conflict stuff, that's for the birds. I'm moving forward in the direction that I want, that aligns with me, and that leads to something better. But you have to make that decision, and you have to act in alignment in accordance with it. Or else you're telling the wheel, hey, like, circle around in this part, like, 15 times. And then when I get bored of the scenery, I'll blame you instead of, Anyway, we ain't got to go that deep. So it's time for us to step up and take, and that's what this Mars retrograde is about, in my opinion. Like I said, it's kind of sort of the energy that we've been in for a minute. Even when Mars was in Pisces, after I discovered that the third decan of Pisces is ruled by Mars, I was like, oh, so like this is a time for us to get clear on what we want our Ten of Cups to be. So that by the time Mars moves into Aries, the Two of Wands, we're stepping in a direction that aligns with where we want to go ultimately. But a lot of the people that I saw or that I came across, and I do understand that, sometimes I come across a message given in a certain way for me to be like, that doesn't resonate for me. In my world, this is what it is for me, right? Other people may see it as a time to not do anything and wait until Mars goes into Aries because Mars in Pisces is just lost and aimless. But in my world, it's like, oh, Mars in Pisces, that's like Mars getting the dream, Mars getting the vision, Mars meeting someone who changes his life, who changes how Mars fights, why Mars fights, and what Mars fights for. This is an opportunity to set Mars on a path that will lead to the Ten of Cups instead of like a tower, right? Instead of destruction and chaos. But if we didn't pour anything into Mars, then like what does Mars have to come into Aries with? Mars in Aries is the first decan of Aries. That's the Two of Wands. Like, where is the Two of Wands gonna go if it doesn't have any direction from the Ten of Cups? In my mind, like that's the best possible like transit for Mars to go from Pisces to Aries. Like, here's the dream, here's the vision, here's the goal. Now go into Aries and work hard and get it done. It's like, what? Anyway, like I said, it's not about all that. It's just about us taking charge, okay? It's about us taking charge. Goodness, this is gonna be long. I really sat on the porch like, oh, like I know this is gonna be a minute, but I can just run through them like fairly quickly. Oh, for all the self-awareness that I claim, I really thought. 21:55. So let's get into this Wheel of Fortune. If you chose number 2 or the Wheel of Fortune, then this is for you. The Wheel of Fortune is interesting, right? Coming off of Aries or coming off the Emperor, like I said, I've been feeling the Wheel of Fortune lately as something that we need to do within our own lives to move things forward. But with the Wheel of Fortune in general, let's say this will be something that has the opportunity to shift in your life right now, be it for the better or for the worse. And that thing is Judgment. So Judgment was the third one that came out, not the first, but I feel like top 3 out of 21 or 22 technically. I feel like that's good. Major after major. I actually, so for this energy, I feel like this is about us shifting our perspective on things. And also it's about us no longer passing the buck because like I said before, it's like when you defer your judgment and your decision to someone else, then their decision is your decision and it's weighted just the same. You don't get to hand your keys over to someone else and then be like, oh, well, I don't like where they went, or oh, I didn't know that they were going to do this. Oh, I didn't know that they were going to do that. Like once you give something to someone, they have the right to do whatever it is that they want to do with it, regardless of what they said or convinced you that they were going to do with it. Once you give it over, it is theirs. And so that's why we really need to be careful with, first of all, how we pass judgment on other people and other things and other situations and scenarios. But also, it's like we need to be responsible for who we defer our judgment to, right? And how long we're complacent. And it's like I said earlier, sometimes like we can be literally in midair about to hit the ground, still doubling down on what led us off the cliff in the first place. And it's like, change isn't bad. Growth is actually good. We don't have to stay intellectually, mentally, or emotionally, or even spiritually stuck on a certain from a certain vantage point and viewpoint and perspective. Like, if we see how things are playing out, we are allowed to be like, oh, you know what? This actually isn't what I thought it was. So I'm going to reevaluate. And I think that's what this is. This is a spot in a place of reevaluation. Maybe our judgment of a certain situation, person, event is changing, and it's a good thing. Oh, well, good or bad. I ain't gonna say it's a good thing. It could be either. I know y'all can't really see these down there, so let me hold them up. There we go. There we go. It's like allow yourself the opportunity to grow and evolve and change. And when you grow and evolve and change, sometimes your judgment changes as well. It evolves. Also, this may be an opportunity to be less critical of some things and to allow more. And as you allow more, as you loosen up resistances, you experience more, right? So I'd say loosen up a little bit. That's what this is saying. It's like you never know what you're actually gonna like or what like you don't know until you try it. What's that? It's that saying like that, right? And now I ain't telling well maybe it's your life. Use your own discernment and judgment, but you never know until you try. So loosen up a little bit. You might find something that you actually like. A change in direction, a change of perspective, a change in judgment might actually be extremely necessary for folks right now, or you can double down. But the Wheel of Fortune is a card of change, and Judgment came out. So I wouldn't necessarily say, as a person looking at these cards, that you should double down on your judgment right now. I'd say that there's definitely something in your life that probably needs a reevaluation. And it could actually end up working out to your benefit. But as you're shifting your judgment on something mentally, you also have to be open to allowing the expression of that thing to be what it is. Because it's like sometimes we'll say or we'll think that we've changed our minds or that we'll think that we're being open, but we still see the same thing every single time we look at it. And it's like, I don't know, it goes a little deeper, honestly. Are these dragons and snakes or hawks and snakes? Oh, these are snakes and birds. Okay, because the bird eats the snake. The snake being Apep, the bird being I don't remember, but Apep being a symbol of chaos and destruction and things like that, right? It's like the birds are chasing the snakes around the wheel, and so there is a certain amount of uncertainty. Also, I guess also it's to not be so final with things. Be open minded. Be open minded. Allow your judgments to shift and change as you evolve and change, and just know that it doesn't make you wishy washy or weak or whatever. It makes you like an actual, I don't know, human being or an organic creature. Like how many things grow and shift and evolve and change throughout their lifetimes, right? Old dogs can still learn new tricks. Hello? Dogs aren't puppies forever. Some people, I would say people aren't children forever, but some people never quite stop throwing tantrums when they don't get their way and things like that. Anyway, it ain't to be harsh or judgmental. Be less judgmental as I judge you. That's the Wheel of Fortune and Judgment. Just it's like something in your life could use a little bit of a reevaluation. Allow yourself to grow, and you don't have to double down on things that you were led to believe just because you want to save face. Like, and I'm at this point in my life right now where I'm like, there are so many things that are not worth my happy ending and like the rest of my life. Like, if I have to tolerate a little bit of disrespect, if I got to be the bigger person here or there to proceed to the better parts of my life, then that's what I'm going to do because it's not worth a lot of things just aren't worth being stuck to me right now. I want too much and I'm doing too much for myself. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's a no for me. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry, actually. It's a no. I'm not gonna stay stuck on something that doesn't even matter. Anyway. 29:17. So if you chose the number 3 or judgment, this is gonna be for you. This is interesting. Is the energy before supposed to? Well, I guess that's how energy works, right? So with judgment is almost an emperor type energy. Well, the emperor was more an area where we need to take charge. Judgment is an area where we need to be more decisive, maybe. Judgment can work one of two ways. Either it's an area where we need to be more critical, or it's an area where we need to be less critical. maybe less critical of ourselves. I'm going to go with that one. This is an area where we need to be less critical of ourselves, but I might also, depending on what the card is, it might change. Oh, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so yeah. I feel like this is a little bit of both. So, oh, and look at this. Is this a moon or a sun? I don't know if this is a full moon or a sun. This celestial body up in the sky has the same color as this pentacle, and it's almost like the Queen of Pentacles is taking judgment into her own hands. So maybe let that go. Right? I feel like we can be critical of things, we can evaluate and we can analyze, but to take judgment into our own hands, it's interesting. I feel like on a grand scale, probably not that great, but we have the right to determine what comes into our lives, right? So if we're being critical of something, if we're evaluating something, and if we're seeing if that aligns with, meshes with, vibes with what we already have going on or what we want moving forward, like that's something that we're allowed to do. And I don't believe that's necessarily us being judgmental. That's us just being like, you know what, like, if I don't want to live in a house that smells like garbage, I'm going to take out the garbage. And that's not me being judgmental. That's me not wanting to live in a stank house. But a lot of people say that about a lot of things. That is kind of sort of judgmental. So it's a fine line. But again, I feel like we do always reserve the right to accept or reject whatever we want from our lives. Sometimes, if we go a little bit too far in this energy, it just leads us to rejecting things for reasons that aren't necessarily that sound. However, I feel like primarily I'm getting this feeling of us being overly critical of ourselves for maybe what we aren't able to provide right now, ways that we aren't able to support others or even ourselves right now with this Queen of Pentacles energy. It's like, and maybe it's leading us to be a little tight-fisted. I think that's the thing. Let's see if Siri will even recognize that. Hey Siri, what does tight-fisted mean?
Tight-fisted is an informal term. It means not willing to spend or give much money, miserly.
Yep. Thank you, Siri. We're a little tight-fisted right now. And maybe we think it's for good reason, but it's like, be careful not to wander too far into the land of lack instead of the arena of abundance. Alliteration. I love it. Right? And again, it is to be wise. And what's also interesting is technically the Queen of Swords has more green on her body than the Queen of Pentacles. And usually we see the Queen of Pentacles as more sort of heart-centric, and the Queen of Swords is extremely cold. But the Queen of Swords in this deck is like, oh no, I gotta figure it out. Queen of Pentacles in this deck is like, I'm still figuring it out. Maybe we need to love ourselves a little bit more by being less judgmental or less harsh on ourselves, right? Maybe for whatever reason, our self-worth is tied into our bank accounts or our ability to provide. Maybe we were in situations where that was our saving grace. Let's say that you're in a situation where you're constantly being devalued or tormented, and you're like, okay, well, I make the money, I put the food on the table, I pay the bills, I do this, I do that. And so our ability to do that in one way, shape, form, or another has become something that we kind of sort of identify with. We identify ourselves as the breadwinner. We identify ourselves as the provider. We identify ourselves as the one who makes more money. And with the Queen, it's not that we're selfish with it at all, because I feel like, she's still nurturing and giving. But again, nurturing and giving becomes her identifier. And so when she's not able to do that for whatever reason, call it, 2020, or just an experience that's to teach us to expand our definition of ourselves beyond just money. Because sometimes that'll happen as well. and then you get the money back, right? It's like that one episode of Hey Arnold with, I think her name was Phoebe. No, it wasn't Phoebe. Penelope, is that her name? The rich girl. When the rich girl was broke and she basically moved into Arnold's like little flat or whatever, and she was like, "I'm poor, like my life is miserable." Rhonda, I think her name was Rhonda, and Arnold was like you ain't even gotta be like that, girl. So Rhonda, well, she take that shower curtain, she took that bed, she turned it into something gorgeous because she still had her sense of style. Just because you don't have money anymore doesn't mean that like all of the other things that you are gone. You still have your talents, you still have your eye, you still have your sense of style, you still have all of that, and you can come into this space where you actually learn to be more creative because now you have to be resourceful. Before you had all the resources, and in some ways it was actually limiting your ability to see yourself outside of just this. And it's like, once she wore her whatever and she was like, "Oh, this, yeah, I made it." I don't have my money, but I'm still fabulous. Hello? Because money don't make me. I make money. Now, money makes a lot of people. But anyway. And then they got their money back by the end of the episode. And she's like, "Oh, thank goodness." Right? I'm still going to keep everything that I learned, but now I don't have to be broke. So that's a win, 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 win. Right? And I feel like it's something like that because when we encounter these experiences again that are meant to teach us something, are meant to show us that we're more than just what we can physically and financially provide, then if we learn the lesson, sometimes we get it back. And when we get it back, it's to, again, make sure that we don't have to go through the same sort of judgment type process again. But it does, so maybe this is like some external judgment that's come in to alleviate some internal judgment or to change the way you see yourself. And again, like if you're going through this period of harshness, adversity, don't be hypercritical of yourself. Like allow yourself to be in that situation in those circumstances, but like remember who you are and just be a little bit more resourceful or a lot of it more resourceful. It'll serve you well moving forward. And people who make their own tend to find ways to get it back or to apply those skills in a different area and to reestablish themselves, right? So, yeah, that's what I got. Be like ease up on yourself, but also don't be I don't know, don't be overly tied into the material. And don't be like be wise. Don't necessarily be loose fisted, but you ain't gotta be so tight fisted either. So next is the Queen of Wands. Look at that. Queen of Pennies, Queen of Wands. There's the star. And then you can make magic happen. Oh my gosh, look. Okay. So we have Judgment up here, right? With that golden orb. Then we have the golden orb with the star print in it because it's a pinnacle. And now she's just holding on to the star. So it's like we've cut out all of that other stuff and we've gotten clear on what it is that we want. Maybe it's a clarity that we couldn't have. There was too much stuff again for us to see our own star power. But this is Rhonda by the end of the episode. Rhonda was like, just because I don't got no money don't mean I'm any less me. Hello? Because I make money. Money doesn't make me. I'm sorry. But I'm not. All right, let's keep going. Oh, so much fire now. Queen of Wands, Nine of Wands, Knight of Wands. Is that a red panda? Oh my gosh, it's a red panda. I love that the Knight of Wands is a red panda. I need to get my Netflix back so I can watch the third season of Agretzko. Low key, high key, strength. Okay, all of that fire leads us to strength, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised. This that Leo card, y'all. And it got a lion on it. What else is on here? A lion with a crown. Ain't no woman in this card. This lion said, "Can't nobody tame me. I'm free." Hello? Well, this is when the lion has to tame itself because spirit ain't there to keep you in check. Now you got to keep yourself in check to keep you from, creating more karma than you want, honestly. So if you pick number 4 or strength, then this is going to be for you. 39:47. It's literally been 40 minutes and I have 4 of these done. So we're going to try to pick this up a little bit, but again, we're not going to focus too much on the time. So, strength. This is an area where, if the Knight of Wands and the Nine of Wands and the Queen of Cups, cuts. The Queen of Wands is anything to say about it. It's an area where this is a fine line. This is a fine line area. Because again, the woman isn't here to tame this lion. It's an area where we need to have self-control, and it's an area where we need to step up, almost like the Emperor. Excuse me, but I guess this is Leo, and Aries and Leo trine, so if they have some common themes, that's to be expected. But again, it feels like an area where we need to step up, but also not go too far. There's a very temperance energy with this, and it takes me back months ago when I was talking about tempered strength, where we apply the strength to the situation that is necessary without applying excess force. Because if you apply too much force, it'll break. So maybe an area where we need to be a little bit more pliable, maybe an area where we need to be a little bit more forceful. I hope Temperance comes out. It probably won't, but if it did, oh, Three of Pentacles. I mean, Three of Pentacles, it ain't Temperance, but it's Temperance enough, because the Three of Pentacles, it's a situation where multiple elements need to work together in harmony, and if one element is too strong, then it disrupts the tower, right? If one of these little, I want to call them beavers, but I'm pretty sure they're not beavers, they're dogs. Hey, you can teach an old dog new tricks, like I said. If one of these dogs were to start shaking and wiggling too much, then, the whole thing would fall. So, yeah, this is that tempered strength. If you chose the number 4 as strength, this is an area where you need to learn how to be a team player, and you need to learn that not everything is about you all the time, and to allow other people to shine. Because again, there's no woman here. There's no outside force that is keeping this lion in check. That outside force could be spirit, or it could be somebody else. Maybe there was somebody who tempered you that ain't doing it right now for whatever reason, and you just losing your mind. It reminds me of that Page of Wands with the Eight of Wands crossing it energy that I had the other day. It was the second pile 3 when I was like, okay, y'all might be liking this freedom a little bit too much. And again, it's your life. You can have fun, do whatever you want to do, but at the end of the day, actions have consequences and repercussions, and there are certain things that once done cannot be undone, right? So just be mindful of that. You can go out and do whatever you want, but just be mindful of the fact that consequences exist, right? Now, after we come out of the Ten of Wands, that's probably the last thing we want to hear, because we just ready to go and have some fun. Like, whew! Like as soon as like lockdowns ease up and stuff like that, people are going to be doing all kinds of mess. We already know. That's why I bought some stock in certain things, waiting for the rebound. We'll see if it pans out. So yeah, it's an area where we kind of we need to pull back. We need to get control of ourselves, but we also need to know how to shine at the same time. This is that delicate balance that the sun has to play, because if things are too close or too far, it completely shifts the climate on that planet, right? And if the sun expands, like gets bigger, then Earth will probably roast and we'll be looking like Mars, real dusty, or Venus. Did I say Mars? I meant Mercury. We'll be looking like Mercury. I mean, I don't know if anything grows on Mercury that close to the sun. You know that planet hot. That planet is hot. And also, again, it reminds me of the Leo retrograde story that I did, which was all about Leo energy needing to learn to rebalance its solar system. And there are some things that may be in the space of Mercury that probably should be in the space of like Saturn or Jupiter, like further out, right? Maybe their gravity is so strong that it kind of sort of disrupts these inner planets and makes their orbits all wonky and weird. So we put them further out, and then not only does it keep the internal planets a little bit more balanced with the sun rather than these other bodies, right? If Jupiter was in the space of Venus, Mercury would probably turn into one of its moons, honestly, instead of being one of the planets in the solar system. That reminds me, makes me think if there were other planets in the solar system, maybe before things started expanding and spreading out, when things were more compacted, it's like I wonder if Jupiter or Saturn or Uranus, because those are the planets that have what, like more than 10 moons or whatever. I can't remember which one has the most. One of them has like 40 moons or something like that. Maybe one of them things could have been planets, and I think some of their moons are like comparable to the size of Earth, if not bigger than Earth. I think I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I dug into my astronomy book. But I think that there are some moons from some of the bigger planets in our solar system that are a comparable size to Earth, if not bigger, some of them. And again, it's just this need to rebalance things. Um, and also, this it might take strength to be a cooperative component in something. Okay, maybe someone has a little bit of an ego right now, and their ego keeps them from sort of reaching out when they need help or from working with other people, right? It's an energy that always has to be center stage, front and center. And these Three of Pentacles energies, collaborative efforts are about letting everyone shine, because a Three of Pentacles task is something that requires something from everyone who is participating in it. And if you're too strong of a presence and you minimize the effects of the other two, so you're in the middle now, I guess, because front and center, then it doesn't allow them to do what they need to do in the situation to make it a success. And then when it flops, this will be the first energy that goes and blames everybody else. And then everybody else is like, we literally did exactly what you said to do because you told us that all of our ideas were dumb and stupid. So we went with your idea and it failed. But now it's our fault? Okay. So yeah, if you chose this one, I need to rein it in a little bit. But sometimes this is the kind of stuff that people need to hear sometimes. So it is what it is. Maybe learn how to sit down and shut up sometimes and listen to people who actually know what they're doing instead of you who likes to put on the appearance that you know everything when in reality you don't know nothing and they know that you don't know nothing because they actually know what to do. But maybe these little Virgo sheepish energies that are just like, oh, I don't want to whatever. So allow other people to shine and shine when you need to. That's what I got here. And it does take strength sometimes to take the back seat, or sometimes it does take strength to let someone else step up, especially if you're the type of person that, for whatever reason, again, it's like your value is based on how you show up. Ugh. I don't know where that came from. It was the tickle that just crawled up my throat. Oh my gosh. Only got one bottle of water left after this, and I was just at the store. Even though I saw something about drinking water and bottled water like the other day, but yeah, it's an energy of like knowing when to step down and let somebody else shine. It ain't always about us all the time, and it's okay to admit when we don't know anything, right? The story with the lion and the mouse. Even the lion, like even the mouse could do something that the lion couldn't do. So it was a good thing that the lion didn't eat that mouse that day, because I feel like it's like two different stories. Is it the same lion? There was a lion and the mouse. The lion had the thorn in its paw, and the mouse took it out. And then there was a lion that got captured by a hunter, and the mouse gnawed through the ropes to free the lion. Maybe it was the same lion. Maybe you've been rescued by some people that you thought of as mice, and it's time for you to see them as they actually are, and to see yourself as you are. And it doesn't make any one person any better than anybody else because they can do something by themselves that other people can't do, because we all have areas of strength and we all have areas of weakness. And it's actually the strongest who can admit their weaknesses and seek out those with strengths that complement them, because then you get further, right? What's your life? Do what you want to do. Burn all the bridges. Be that star. Roast those planets. Who needs organic life in the universe? Next is the Nine of Pentacles. Yep. So be careful of that energy. I don't need nobody. I've been there. It's not great. Nine of Pentacles, Four of Pentacles. Yep. Shutting everybody out. And then the King of Swords. That's a Queen of Swords energy. Like, you turn bitter and cold. No, that's that, like, that's that. I've seen those people. Those are the engineering major is harder than everything else. Engineers are better than everybody else. That's the know-it-alls, the people that people don't want to be around, honestly. And even the people who are in the category that they're in don't want to be around them. Excuse me, it reminds me of this one dude named Ray that I just did not like. And then we come into the Two of Wands. All right, let's speed this up. Two of Wands, Ten of Swords, Magician. Magician. If you chose number 5, it's the Magician. Let me enable low power mode again. Fun is done charging. The Magician. Number 5. This is going to be so much longer than I thought it would be. 51:05. So I might actually split this up like I did the meanderings. Because as long as I don't shuffle the deck, it'll be in the same order. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I do, like I said, have stuff that I need to do today. So I got a little over 2 months. And it's time to go into overdrive mode. I'm glad I've been emailing my professors. I'm emailing my professor. I'm like, hey, and maybe this is for the Magician. I'm like, hey, so I'm looking at the problem statement and I'm looking at the information and the equations that I have. And something here ain't lining up. Like, I feel like I'm missing something. And so I'm asking all these questions. I'm going back and forth. You know, I'm actually like responding to these emails sometimes the day of instead of like 5 days later. So we're able to progress this conversation. And then he's like, okay, send me like the question again and also send me the information that you have. And so I did, and he was like, hey, so, and then, because there was other, so that was the TA, there's also the professor and another TA. Teaching assistants, graduate teaching assistants or whatever. And so then he was like, hey, do either of you have like some more information? Because he's actually missing some things that he needs to do to solve this problem. He's missing things that he needs to solve this problem. I'm like, thank you, because I'm like, I'm looking at all these equations and you asking me to get all the way to Z, but the equations only lead me to G. Like, I can't go from H to Z by myself. Like, I could find a way. I could create, you know, something out of thin air that looks like it should make sense, sure. But, you know, I want to, because, like, these are incomplete classes for me. So I'm not trying to complete the classes and then get an F. You know what I mean? Like, I'm actually trying to, and that's what I'm learning. It's because on one hand, it's like I do just need to get it done. But on the other hand, it's like I still want it to be right. I still want it to be correct. I still need to actually be learning things right now instead of just getting it done. And so maybe that's something for this Magician energy. The Magician is something kind of sort of like the Wheel of Fortune, but something for us to make happen. You have all of the tools at your disposal to Six of Pentacles, to give and receive. You have everything that you need to show up as a player in whatever situation you've been manifesting for yourself. Everything, you already have it all inside of you. All of the tools. You got the Ace of Cups, you got the Ace of Wands, you got the Ace of Pennies and the Ace of Swords. But do you have the Ace of the Fool energy, the Ace of Spirit, the Ace of Majors? Like, the Ace of Majors is going to be what does something new and novel and creative with all of this material that you have. Like, you can have all the material in the world, but if you never use it, then what good does it do? Right? And I feel like it does feel like maybe you have manifested or you are manifesting something great that might feel out of your league, out of reach. It might feel like you don't stack up, but you do. You do. Like, if you contribute to the situation, if you show up, you'll discover that you actually have everything that you need already. And everything that you don't have, you will learn as you go. I want to pull the next one too. Oh, it's the Hierophant. So that's interesting. And like, he is headed in the direction of the Hierophant. So this could be a relationship that ultimately down the line, maybe in 6 years. Or maybe anyway, I don't want to do timelines or time. It's like you have everything that you need inside of you to begin. You have everything that you need to start. All you have to do is show up. All you have to do is play the game. We ain't playing no games. So let me pick a different metaphor. All you have to do is be present, be aware, and be active. And then over time, it will turn into something that stands. This could also be a career. Maybe like you manifest a job. Maybe you manifest a job that's just like, I just need money for right now. And then you actually end up really liking it and it turns into a career. Or you meet someone there who later on down the line, maybe you two partner together and you create a new business and then that business turns into a career or something like that, right? But it is an interesting energy because a lot of us, not a lot of us, but sometimes we manifest such long term things that we don't feel that we're presently ready for the long term. But whatever system of love you subscribe to knows where you are now, knows where you want to be, and knows the path to get there. And so they can start you on this path. Again, the only ace that we need really at the magician is the ace of spirit. And I'm not going to clear my throat because I don't feel like it. The only ace that we need at the magician, see, it clears itself sometimes. I'm like, what are y'all doing? What are you doing, throat? Get with the program. Come on. Come on. You have all the aces except the ace of spirit, which is the fool. It's the first major. It's not even, it doesn't even have a number. That's how ace it is. It's that limitless potential itself to actually make it happen. And spirit knows that, I feel like in this situation in particular, you're starting at the beginning. But you have something to give. You have something to contribute. And as long as you're giving and contributing, you will be met with reciprocity. And then you grow over time into this Hierophant energy where you've more fully matured, where you've become a master, and like you've done all this stuff, right? Where you've mastered it. But you have to give something to get something. Right? So that's what this is. Like, don't be overwhelmed. Don't lose your cool. Let me pull these up because y'all can't really see the cards at the bottom. There we go. There we go. Just know that you'll be okay as long as you show up. Again, like, but you have to contribute something. This isn't going to be something that you get and then, like, this is not a set it and forget it type of energy. It's something that as you put more into it, you'll discover more and more, and you'll grow more and more into the Hierophant. Maybe you'll lead it. I don't know. Maybe you'll get promoted all the way up the chain and you'll end up like a C something. COO, CMO, CEO, CPO, C3PO. I don't know. Right? And how smart was C3PO? Now, I've only played Lego Star Wars, but he seemed pretty knowledgeable in all the situations, even though back in those Lego Star Wars days, they didn't even talk. Now in Lego Star Wars, they got voice actors. I'm like, whoa, this is not not Lego Star Wars, but in the Lego games, they got voice actors. I was like, whoa, did I just hear talking in my Lego game? Excuse me. We get used to it. So number 6 is the Hierophant. Come on. What was that? Come on, Natch. Let's get sickening. Like, what? If you chose number 6, one, I want to make sure. 4, 3. Where was 2? Oh, there it is, 2. Okay, yeah. So we're on number 6. There's the throat clear. 59:27. 59:30. I did not push the button. So, if you chose the Hierophant, this is an area of your life that needs some more commitment. It needs some commitment. It needs some TLC. It needs, or a higher perspective. Commitment or a higher perspective needed for this Hierophant. And we get the 3 of Swords. So, higher perspective. We're going with higher perspective. I mean, this one is quite simple. Especially coming off the Magician. It's about us being prepared for the things that we ultimately end up with. We prepare for end game by early game and mid game and even late game sometimes. And it's this journey. Hierophant is about commitment, commitment is about time, and how we spend it. And again, it's about taking a higher perspective from the pain in the past. I feel like there are some things that happened in the past that are easy to get over. There are some things that happened in the past that are very difficult. Two of these swords are gushing water. They hit a nerve. Something hit a nerve in you, but also like third time's the charm just popped into my mind. But at the same time, third time's the charm popped into my mind. Three strikes and you're out popped into my mind. Like they literally came to my mind at the same time. Third strikes the charm. Three times and you're out. um, but it's about putting the past in perspective, into the perspective that will get us to where we want to be. And that is a little bit selective sometimes, but honestly, we have the right to do that. Right? Like if you've been hurt by something, why not choose a perspective that at least will have you gaining something beyond just hurt and fear of betrayal or anxiety about being abandoned or not feeling good enough, right? Instead of not feeling good enough, maybe just be like, I wasn't it for that person. And if I really think about it, maybe that person wasn't really it for me either. Because now that I've gotten some distance from the situation, I can see all the ways that I wasn't really fulfilled, that I really want to be. Right? I mean, like I said, this one is going to be fairly short. It's about taking a higher perspective to the events and situations and the pains of the past. And look, they're both yellow, so that means something. And it's about turning one of these stars into, or one of these swords into a staff, into something that gives us power, instead of situations that continuously take it from us. So that's what I got for Hierophant. Take it, put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it, or whatever Missy Elliott said. Right? You know what? I'm gonna put this in reverse just for you, Hierophant. That's what you need to do. Change your perspective on it, and then see this water. Because upside down, it looks like a lily pad that's floating on top of the water. But it's like also under the water. I don't know. Just take a different perspective, okay? Because I feel like it can really get you where you want to be. And not only will it get you where you want to be, I'm also feeling the energy of the Wheel of Fortune that led into Judgment. Us needing to allow something to be something different than what we've made it because of our perspective and experience up until that point. Because if you can shift your perspective on this Three of Swords, I feel like it's going to lead you, it can make you wiser, right? You come into self love, you have that Three of Swords where you're not necessarily jaded, but you will sort of look at things in a different way. And conversation is always key. Not everyone means the same thing when they say the same things. Things are contextually different from person to person. And just because the context from your perspective looks the same because of whatever you've been through, again, if you take a different perspective, you'll see that that context is just the context that you've picked up as a defense mechanism for not repeating things from the past. But if something is not what it was, that change, that higher perspective will allow you to cross that initial barrier and threshold. And some of the things that we want might be inside things or surrounded by things that look a little shady and questionable. But if we take the time to see that from a higher perspective, or to see it from the truth of what it is instead of the truth that we need it to be to maintain whatever old paradigm, thought pattern we had, then you'll see it's actually better. And it can work out better. And then it's like, wow, like there was like such trash. I don't want to say trash because I feel like that's me. such lower energies and things that were less aligned to my higher good and higher calling and higher purpose in my past before. But now that I'm coming into these spaces, I can really appreciate what is. And I'm so glad, in some twisted way, I'm glad that the things in the past happened, because now I get to appreciate this even more. Because now I know that this is something that I actually want and I value because I didn't get it before. Right? And now we have the Five of Pentacles. Five of Pentacles. We're just going to run through these until we get to the next major. Temperance! There's that Temperance. It came out after the Hierophant, not after Strength. If you chose number 7, you get number 14. Double your money. You won. You won the jackpot. You get double, okay? If you've been putting in the time and the work and the energy and the effort, you get double return to you. Excuse me, and that's how it works sometimes. When you follow the more divine paths, at least. If you follow a less than divine path, then you pay double instead of getting double. 1:06:06. So let's get into it. Temperance. Temperance is all about healing. I'm feeling like, almost like the magician, I think, this is going to be something that you've been healing for, something that you've been preparing for, and something that you're ready for. This is like, what is it all for? What is it all for? It's all for the Page of Cups. And I love this. It's all to put you in a position to literally create your life. And we create our lives by the energy and situations that we allow. Oh, I didn't show you the other one. By curating the energy that comes into our experience, by determining, almost in a Seven of Pentacles type of way, by determining what we give energy to, we get to decide the overall energy of our lives. We get to paint with a new canvas, and with a brush that ain't got all different kinds of colors in it, and with a fresh cup of water, because sometimes you get paint water and then the colors start to like kind of sort of bleed together or something. I don't know. I'll just like fresh water when I paint every now and then, because at least it makes me feel like the brush is, I don't know, actually ready to pick up a new pigment. But this is what all the healing's been for. This is what all the work's been for. This is what all that internal alchemy's been for, to put you in a position to have a different external experience. And with the Page of Cups, it's something brand new. This is, to me, it's like Page of Cups 3.0. It ain't even Page of Cups 2.0. Honestly, we might be out of that 2.0 energy. That 2.0 energy may have been a bridge to the 3.0 energy. Just like people say that the 4D is a bridge between the 3 and the 5. It's like in that in between. You get some of the 3 and you get some of the 5. Because if we break it down into triplets, trinaries, 1, 2, and 3 is one set of dimensions. 4, 5, and 6 is another. 7, 8, 9 is the last, with 9 being sort of the ultimate, right? And then we could kind of sort of break that down into physical, mental, and spiritual, with 3 being the crown of the physical and 4 being the floor of the mental, but 5 being that energy where it's fixed. 5 being that energy where it is what it is, right? And then 6 is that gateway between that one and the next one. And so when you're at the gateway, you can sort of get the higher out of that and not necessarily worry about the lower as much. But again, it's kind of sort of starts to confuse things, because then you're encountered with something that you don't really have the capacity to put into any real sort of context. It's all mysterious and unknowable because it's never been your experience, right? Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about all that. I don't know where all that came from, but the time is what it is, but let's speed this up. But yeah, Temperance, I mean, it just feels like you're ready now to really begin creating a brand new life for yourself. Like I said, like you put in 7 and you're getting out 14. That's double your buck, double the bang for your buck, right? This is what you do the work for. And it puts us in a position where we can accept the things that we know without understanding, and to the point where we get the understanding. It's like sometimes you just got to do it until it's like it'll make sense when you actually do it. You can sit down and try to theorize about it all day, but it'll never make any sense until you put it into practice. When you put it into practice, then you begin to get a more mechanical understanding of it. And again, like, some things just don't really translate well from textbook to real life. And this is one of those things that needs to be real life, and you're creating this real life. So choose the fresher colors, right? Florals in spring, it's been done. Florals in the winter time, now that might be revolutionary. We're bringing spring, we're bringing life, the birth of life, in a season that's associated with death and stagnancy, and covering everything up, making everything more or less homogenized, right? Throw a blanket of snow on it, smooth it out. You can't tell your yard from the next. Well, okay, anyway, um, no one knows how green the grass is when there's snow on the ground. And so it's a blank canvas. You can make your grass as green as you want or as dry as you want. But choose the better. Choose the better, Temperance. You deserved it. Like, that's like you've been healing into this space to create and allow yourself to live your fantasy life. And it ain't necessarily got to be that miraculous or whatever, but it's just you giving yourself permission to do things that maybe you never would have thought you'd give yourself permission to do, right? Maybe you'll eat a cookie today and you haven't had a cookie in like 10 years because, I don't know, you stopped eating cookies for whatever reason. No, don't go Cookie Monster crazy over them cookies. But if you want a cookie, you can have a cookie. I don't know, I love that energy. But I feel like that energy is so dependent on you doing things differently, because, like, are you allowing things into your life that are different? Because you've already done all the healing, you've already done all the work. As long as you have a healthy amount of discernment and self-love, like, you don't have to worry about repeating the same mistakes. And, like, again, like, when you come more into the 5, when you're in the 4, it's like you can manifest some 3 things and you can manifest some 5 things. And the more 5 things you manifest and accept, it pulls you further and further away from the 3, to the point where you're not, like, dealing primarily in the physical, the gross, the most surface level and observable, sensational types of things, right? You can come into things that are more, like, miraculous. Like, wow, I had a thought that I wanted this, and now I have it. I wanted it, and here it is. I just got the opportunity. It just happened today, right? Sometimes you wake up thinking about eating a certain type of food, and then later in the day, someone's like, "Hey, do you want this?" And you're like, "Oh my gosh, yes. I've been thinking about this all day. How did you know?" Small things like that turn into bigger things, right? But again, we have to allow ourselves to shift more and more into that 5 space and come out of the 3 space. Because you're, like, literally sandwiched in between 2, stuck in between worlds. Choose the one you want. Next is number 21, the world card. As I say, you're stuck in, or not stuck in between. As I say, you're in between worlds. Choose the one you want. Well, here's that whole new world that you can have. Interesting. So we're tripling. We doubled from the number 7 to Temperance, and we're going to triple. No. 8 times 3 is 34. 7 times 3 is 21. 24. I said 34. I thought we was tripling. We almost tripling with the world card, okay? So if you chose number 8, or wait, I should probably timestamp before I say that, because then, I don't know. I know now. 1:14:05. 1:14:14. Sometimes I don't hit the little button. So if you chose number 8 or the world card, this is for you. The world, we're going to pull 2 cards. This is going to be the cycle that we're closing. This is going to be the cycle that we're opening. Or we'll take it as it resonates. Closing this, opening this. We're opening into the 4 of Cups. This is interesting. Here's the image for the 4 of Cups, but I'm going to take a different approach. And then we're closing the cycle of the Ten of Wands. Okay, so maybe that's why. Because we're closing these Ten of Wands cycles where, honestly, we're not waiting until the camel's back breaks. If it's stuff that we don't want to carry, we're just not carrying it. It doesn't matter if it's 1 wand or 3 wands. Like, it ain't gotta be 10 wands before we're like, hey, maybe some of this stuff I should let go. Right? It could be like 3 wands that don't lead us anywhere. And it's like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna drop these off. Because I know what it feels like to be 10 of wands. And, if it's worth it, if every single wand is worth it, then sometimes we do have those sort of 10 of wands moments where we are really expanding. And what we're expanding into requires a lot out of us. So sometimes we have those moments where we are a little bit overwhelmed, but like for a good reason or for good cause. This is being unnecessarily overburdened. We're closing that and we're opening these Four of Cups chapters, but instead of the traditional Four of Cups, I'm seeing it as, we're accepting the 1 cup. We're accepting the cups that come, and we're not focusing anymore on lost opportunities. Right? Or being so wrapped up in things that we pass on things that are meant for us. And again, this is coming right after that Temperance energy. So I love that, because Temperance was all about us starting to live in the space that we've healed ourselves for, that we've grown for, that we've matured into, and coming out of the past. And so again, like, we're coming into these cycles where we accept the cups. We allow, we cry our tears over the 3 cups that spilled, we honor those cycles and those seasons of our lives, but at the same time, we come into the new ones because we know that that's where it's really at. So again, it's simple for the World card too. I don't have to spend too much time here. Just what we're leaving behind, the chapters that we're closing, being unnecessarily overburdened, and we're also closing out these chapters of being fixated on the now and the past as we look towards the now into the future. That's the cycle that we're opening up. So yeah, that's what I got. Congratulations. I mean, like, if you get the World card, then you probably don't need too much guidance. But yeah, so again, it's time to put away being unnecessarily overburdened by other people or ourselves. And it's time to begin to take the opportunities that really get us where we want to be. Because I feel like, and this could be the opinions of other people and the desires of other people and what they want for us in our life. And as long as we're more concerned with what everyone else wants for us, it's like we'll continue to miss out on the things that are actually for us. Sometimes they line up, sometimes they don't. But we can't be more focused on what everyone else wants for us and what everyone else thinks of us and how everyone else is going to react. I don't know, maybe you can, but my happiness and my joy, like, people can be mad, people can be disappointed, people can be whatever. But for me in my own personal life, I'm going after the things that will grow me, fulfill me, and make me happy and bring me that abundance, right? Because they're all connected through that high vibrational plane of abundance and positivity and prosperity. You can't get up there from lack. And some people will sort of, and it may not necessarily be bad. Some people think that they know what's best for us. Some people just want us to not be in a better position than they are. I mean, it is what it is. Choose you. Choose the good things. Choose what you want, right? You're coming off of Temperance, whether you chose it or not. Now, if you're not coming off of Temperance, then hey, it's the energy that you have available to you. We all get to decide what we want to do. Ain't nobody got to do nothing that they don't want to do. Next card is the King of Pentacles. And then the Chariot. Yes! Come through, Chariot. Chariot energy is going to be something... Hold up, wait. Let me timestamp this first. Number 9 is the Chariot. I'm starting to get hungry. I get hungry when I do these. Sometimes I've noticed. It's like, oh, I need to put more food in me. I have so many black beans back here. Black beans and rice have been life for me. Every time I go to the store, I get like 3 more cans of black beans. Like every other time I go to the store. So now I have like I have so many bags for just like 2 to 4 cans of black beans in them back here. I need to consolidate all of them. I'll probably have a good like 12 cans at least, and I just keep buying more. Where's my tomato puree? I'm sorry. Okay. 1:20:10. So if you chose the Chariot, this would be interesting. The Chariot has a lot of things from a lot of different cards because the Chariot is about forward movement, the Chariot is about self-discipline, and the Chariot is also about uniting the selves under the same banner, your light and your shadow, and getting them on the same page. And we see this beautiful star that I love under the canopy. This is an interesting Chariot card, though, because we don't have a charioteer, just like the Strength card didn't have a lady keeping it under control. There's no charioteer, and there's nothing holding these two horses together. They're under the same canopy, yeah, under the same star, sure, but they're looking in two completely different directions. So this could be a few things. But this, I mean, ultimately it's something to move forward with. And we get the Hanged one. The Hanged Man. 7/12. This is us. We need to accept ourselves fully. Chariot is self-love. Self-acceptance, self-love, self-worth, all that self stuff. I didn't necessarily see that coming for Chariot energy. But that's what it needs to be. Because it's like the Hanged Man will continue to be the Hanged Man until we fully accept those things within us that maybe we didn't find acceptance for before. It reminds me of the grotesque, the Five of Cups from the SKT, which is all about us sort of like mourning over and lamenting the ways that we don't fit in with everybody else and the reasons why we don't fit in with everyone else instead of accepting and celebrating those things that make us unique. And it's often that space of uniqueness where our gifts lie and our purpose lies, right? Not everyone necessarily has the same purpose. So the things that make us like other people, the things that are like super generalized about us, like it's great for finding community and for, having those mutual interests where you can sort of engage in conversation and all kinds of stuff. But when it comes to like who you are and what separates you from everyone else and what makes you unique and like what you have to offer the world, you're probably not going to find, you might, but you're probably not going to find what you have to offer the world and like what connects you to literally everybody else. Like, oh my gosh, you breathe air, I breathe air. You have to drink water to survive. Me too. Oh my gosh, no, okay. That's not a good example because for some people, it is their path to increase air quality and the availability of safe drinking water, right? But then that's probably tied to some things that are a little bit more them centric. Maybe, maybe not. That wasn't a great example. Nothing is a good example because, again, it could be like your path could be literally anything. But that's what this is about. It's about self love. It's about self acceptance. It's about no longer hanging yourself out to dry because everyone else is doing it. It's about you getting these two horses on the same page. Because as long as you continue to reject those selves about you, and as long as you continue to villainize those things about you, it's like you're never gonna really have that internal peace. And it's gonna make it more difficult to get to the place that you're meant to be in. And to accept your place in those spaces. You may find acceptance for parts of you that you don't even like, and for whatever reason, it causes you to reject those spaces that you find acceptance in. It might have you ask some questions like, "What's wrong with you? Like that you would like this about me, or that this wouldn't be a deal breaker." It's like that person who their self-image is so warped by everyone else around them and maybe how they don't fit in that they can't even conceptualize someone being attracted to them. And so someone is like, hey, like, I'm interested in you, like, I'd like to get to know you better. And then they think it's a joke. They think they're being pranked, right? They think they're being punked. Like, where's Ashton Kutcher? Like, come on, Ashton. Like, I know you're out there somewhere. And it's like, this, like, what are you talking about? It's like, why is it such a crime to like some people? Just because other people didn't like them? Just because other people would have had them hidden away in basements and, like, in the dark? Like, when we find those spaces of light, but we can't accept the darkness within ourselves, then we'll reject those spaces outside of ourselves. And to really move forward, we have to stop doing that. You gotta stop it. You gotta start loving yourself and appreciating yourself and accepting those spaces where you are loved and welcomed as you are, because the things that make you unique, somebody else might think is really cool. They may actually really like it. And reminds me of the story, for whatever reason, Aurelio Voltaire started popping up on my recommendeds as he's been decorating his house for Halloween, or just going around getting all the Halloween decor like into September. But I saw one of the videos where, I think it was from like 8 years ago, where he was talking about the song he wrote called Innocent. And he was talking about how everything that he was sort of teased and bullied for in his hometown, he like went to New York one day, and like he found a space where that was like accepted, and not only accepted but like celebrated, and people were actually interested in it. And he was talking about doing stop motion films in his basement. And it's like, I'm like, wow, that's like cool. I don't have the patience or the vision to do anything. Like, if I wanted to do it, maybe, yeah, sure. But again, like, that's not my space. And for anyone who has the patience to do those, like, all right, make a little move, take a picture, make a little move, take a picture, like, and then put all that together, girl, like, I wish. But I don't. I don't wish I could do that, honestly. Because it's not something that I have a real interest in, but it's something that I appreciate other people for doing, right? Like, I don't necessarily, okay, I do wish I could like throw down in the kitchen, but I don't necessarily wish I was a 5-star culinarian. I just would like to have the experience to go and sample their food, right? For the people who have the passion, like, I would love to celebrate it. I would love to celebrate your passion with you, and it doesn't have to be mine, but like, there's somebody out there that likes this and that's good at it and that puts out content in this area that I don't have an interest in creating, but I do love partaking in the enjoyment of. Like, yes. And there are going to be people out there that want to celebrate you and support you in the things that make you unique and different. But again, like, if you're not willing, if you're not open to it, it's almost like you're never gonna find your space. You're always gonna be. This is a very Piscean energy to me, because we have these two creatures of the same species, different colors, and facing opposite directions. Instead of this being Cancerian cardinal energy, it's like Pisces mutable to me. Because again, like, without these being on the same page, you're never gonna get anywhere. This is about self-love. Love yourself and allow other people to love you. Or don't. It's your life. You can continue with that belief that no one likes you and you'll never find a space of acceptance, and the world is whatever. And it's like, okay, there's literally a whole community of people out there, maybe outside of the community that you're in, just waiting to come across somebody like you, who would be so down with everything that you're down in or down for, or who would like be down to just like support you in your exploration of that thing, and who would enjoy what you put out into the world. Excuse me. And maybe it starts with a few people and then you find literally a whole community. But it's your life. You do what you want to do. If you want to walk through life with all that self-loathing and self-limitation and trying to be somebody that you're not, and continuously trying to gain and seek approval from people who sometimes don't even like you. I'm like, what? I was talking with my brother the other day, a few days ago, about this one friend that I have, and he was super upset that he was going to have to come home for a little bit because he was so tortured and tormented here. And I asked him, I was like, because he was talking about how who was like constantly made fun of by the certain group of people. And I'm like, why did you try so hard to like get them to like you, or like why did you keep trying to get into those spaces like when you knew that they didn't like you or that they made fun of you? Like why did you continue to try? And then like you're feeling some type of way against these people who don't owe you anything. Number one, no one owes anybody affection. Now we all should be loving and compassionate creatures, but you know the way that we're conditioned and trained, like nobody owes anybody anything. Some people, like, they don't even get that from their parents or their family members, and you're expecting strangers to give it to you. It's like, why are you trying so hard in these spaces where you obviously, like, clearly are being rejected? Why don't you go and find a space where you're accepted? Like, these are the only 10 people in this entire school. Hello? And I'm like, this dude was one of my friends. We were friends since like elementary school. And I'm just like, you ain't even like try to like talk to me that much. Now, when we were in the same class or when we rode the same bus, like, yeah, sure. But I'm like, there's like, here's one person who doesn't make fun of you for everything that you're into. But you continue to seek acceptance from spaces where you're clearly only getting rejected. Like, at a certain point, you gotta love yourself enough to be like, you know what? They don't see it for me. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but I'm not gonna keep trying to get permitted entrance to somewhere where I don't belong. I'm not gonna keep doing this to myself. I'm not gonna keep subjecting myself to rejection. Like, if you already know what it is, why do you keep eating it? Hello, I'm just not wired that way. Like, I know that it's something that people do, but I don't get it. I'm like, I can feel like maybe it's because I was depressed for as long as I can remember. It's like I can depress myself. I can disappoint myself. I can beat myself up. I don't need to seek anybody outside of myself to do that. So like let me try to find the spaces that feel good, question mark, or let me just like not try to find any space. But if I am looking for a space, I'm gonna find a space that feels good. And I'm not looking for a space that feels good because I want to go and ruin somebody else's day and rain on someone else's parade and make somebody else as miserable as I am on the inside. Like, I'm not that type of person either. It's like, come on, I don't know. Chariot, get your life together. Get yourself together. And like, I don't know. It's your life. Don't do it. Don't just I don't know. I'm just like, I really don't understand because he was really so upset and like he was so upset that he had to come home because of what his experience was. And I'm just like, how long were you trying to fit in with this group of people? And like, why did you not seek out spaces that were for like, they were like, you could have literally just talked to anybody else and maybe you would have found more friends. But you continue going for the same space. I don't know. They were the more popular kids, and maybe everybody wants to be popular. It was so weird to me because, like, first of all, I didn't even know that these kids existed until I got into the honors program because I don't really talk to anybody. And, like, I had my own core of people that I grew up with in school and other people that I was in classes with that I became friends with. And I just wasn't aware that these super popular people were there or whatever, who also got a little bit of money, or a lot of bit of money. They had some affluence and some other things, and a lot of them were in the gifted classes, and that's where I started to meet them. And I'm like, some of them, like, he was actually cool. He was kind of cool. He was also kind of mean and would like make fun of people, but like he was into anime and some other things. And he was low key kind of fun to be around, but at the same time, he wasn't that great to other people. And I don't know if it was because like I wasn't trying to impress him or whatever that we had an acquaintanceship. But I'm just like I don't even see what the hype is, low key. Like he was cool, but like for people to like be trying so hard, I'm like I don't get it. I mean, it's not me. It's not for me to get. So love yourself, Chariot. If you chose number 9 or the Chariot, just allow yourself into situations where you are actually loved, valued, and accepted as you are. Even those parts of you that you would try to keep in the shadows. Because there's a space out there. Now, if you're actually like a terrible person, then, terrible people gravitate towards terrible people, so there's also a space for you, I guess. I don't know. Because I say accept those parts of yourself, but when people aren't great people, then, like, I don't know. Like, if you're not a great person, I don't feel any responsibility or obligation to talk to you or give you any time of day. I just don't. Because I don't, like I said, I don't have time for, like, that type of energy in my life. It's like, somebody out there wants it. Somebody out there would love to have, like, if you can't say anything nice to anybody, then sit next to me so we can both talk trash about everybody. Like, some people are into that. Find your crowd. Find your crowd. Find your crowd, regardless. Not everyone's going to be your cup of tea, and you're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. That's how life is. We ain't gotta fixate on it. We just go out there and we find a space that's for us. 1:35:52. Okay, well, hey, this is number 10. We're almost halfway through, so let's go. Hang one. This is gonna be interesting. I feel like this is an area of self-entrapment. It's either self-entrapment or it's traps that we continue to fall for. Because look at this frog. Like, how you catch a frog by a leg like that? Unless you are an expert rodeo deity level skilled person where you can just lasso a frog by the toe mid jump or by the leg mid jump, then, like, props to you. You got that skill. But I mean, it's like, you put a fly on a plate under a box with a rope tied to it, and the frog goes in to get the fly. Like, flies just naturally rest on plates waiting for you to come up and eat them like that. I don't know. I'm feeling self-entrapment here, and let's see what we get. We get the Knight of Swords when it comes to self-entrapment. This actually looks like a Pegasus. I think this is a Pegasus. Looks like a horse with wings to me. Flying in the sky. And we just saw one of these horses with the chariot. Now, the horses on the chariot ain't have wings, though. Or maybe the wings were hidden. Oh, wait. Here we go. Yeah, this is an area of self-entrapment. And it's like, honestly, it's kind of sort of sheep energy. It's going along with whatever everyone else tells you, and you just hold it like it's truth. You move forward like it's truth. You ready to fight and die over this, and these people just using you. It's an extremely gullible energy. Extremely gullible, but it will see itself as intellectual. But it's like, somebody can, they send you a box of lies. No, you're gonna tear through it like it's Christmas, and then you're gonna be acting like it's Christmas, going off showing everybody, not really taking the time to think if it really makes sense for yourself. Now, the thing about these swords is they're built upon other swords. Lies built on top of lies, misconceptions built on top of lies, built on top of partially told stories and half truths, built on top of an agenda and a certain narrative that they want to push. And you just eat it up. You just eat it up. It reminds me again of the Wheel of Fortune and Judgment. Or was it the Emperor in Judgment? Or the Emperor in the Wheel of Fortune? There was another energy earlier that this reminds me of, when it's like you can double down on, I think it was the Wheel of Fortune and Judgment. You can double down on what is literally leading you right off of this cliff. Like, you're already off of the cliff, still doubling down on it. Foot still all the way on gas, all the way on accelerate, even when there's there's nothing to gain traction on. And, like, if you can't gain any traction, there's nothing, like, there's no reason to accelerate. Like, your wheels are literally in the air. Like, what like what are you like, you can hit the gas, you can hit the brake, you're in the middle of the air, it don't matter. These, and, like, again, this thing is like all the way up in the clouds. This one is probably dangling from a tree. Like, this energy, it's completely ungrounded. It's completely ungrounded. This isn't even one of those hanged men that's like, hanging, getting some enlightenment. Like, there's some leaves around here. There's no halo here. There's nothing here but a frog. There's an energy here that it refuses to mature. It refuses to mature. And it's like we have this frog here, but it's almost like there's still a phase of evolution or of metamorphosis beyond this. Like, this is not it for this creature. Like, I refuse to believe it. Now, for some people, that's what they'll do. That's what they'll be, sure. But I don't. It's just like it's time to start asking some questions, and it's time to start really looking at things, right? And I ain't necessarily always trying to be political. What's one person's politics is another person's real life, oftentimes. But it's like, why are some people so quick to jump on like xenophobia and stuff like that when it comes to why you ain't got a job and why the economy is doing this and doing that? But when it comes to all of these companies that are outsourcing all of the work to places where they can get it done cheaper with no disregard or with no regard really for the condition of the workers over there, it's like they don't get any of that anger. Like, why are some folks so quick to jump down the throats of people who literally have nothing to do with it? Why are some people so quick to fall for the scapegoat? Maybe it's just I don't know. I don't get it. That's another thing that I don't get that people do. Because in my mind, it's like, hold up, wait, and like it's not like it's a secret. It's a known fact that companies outsource their work to other countries, made in China, like literally everywhere. It's also a known fact that we're moving to automation, and a lot of jobs are being replaced by that. But it's like, instead of holding any of these two responsible, or instead of looking at these two things, let's just jump on the scapegoat of, oh, people are entering our country illegally and stealing your jobs. And it's like, okay, well, what about the companies that are going to other countries to give people your job? It don't make sense to me. And that's this energy. That's this self entrapment. That's this just like literally just buying into anything and everything because I don't know. It's pawn energy. It's pawn energy. You're and some people will die for their kings and queens so hard when you're literally a pawn. Like these people, these systems, they like literally care nothing about you. They care enough that you keep them in power, I guess, or they care that you're not trying to dethrone them, sure, maybe. But beyond that, like they don't care. You doubling down looking extra ignorant and stupid for things that don't even care about you. And we all do this in some ways, I'm sure. And like, it's easy to pick the low hanging fruit. And maybe we can use the low hanging fruit as an example to brighten us up and maybe think, how am I sort of just going along with things in my own mind, in my own world? What am I not questioning? What am I defending so hardcore? Right? What am I so willing and eager to believe because it lines up with something that I already feel? Like, you already feel some type of way about circles. And so it don't matter if a circle is to blame or not. You just go, if someone's like, oh, circles did this, you're like, oh, yep, circles did it. See, I told y'all them circles wasn't no good. Claims that are completely ungrounded. And is this not how, like, a certain war started a while ago? And it's so interesting growing up in elementary school, reading the history book. Oh, this was an atrocity that humanity will like never go, like we'll never do this again. And like we and it's like, y'all are already doing this on minor scales, not even all the way behind closed doors. But y'all want to talk about how this ain't gonna happen again, and then here comes 2020. Actually, here comes what, 2016, 2017. Cages again. Japanese internment during World War II. But we don't look at what we're doing over here. We look at what everyone else is doing. And we ain't gonna do this again, girl, please. Look at us now. Just so far off the cliff. And for what? And for why? I don't know. It's time to leave that. Let's see. Let's see. What's our salvation? The Four of Swords is our salvation. I like this Four of Swords though, because like this dude chilling. We got a tiger. Now a tiger could be ferocious. This tiger could be tearing something up. But this tiger is chilling. This tiger is meditating. He's chilling. He's like before you get me careening off of this cliff, let me take a second to think about this. Let me connect to myself. Let me connect to my heart. Let me connect to the system of love that I believe in. Now, with the system of love that I subscribe to tell me to go out there and to kill, to harm, to transgress against, or to steal from these people, going all the way back to the days of the Crusades, when people thought it was their religious duty to go out there and kill other people because that's what the system of love that you subscribe to says. It's like, no, like, hello, like, I don't even need to do all this to be like, something about that ain't right. But this energy, it's all too eager to just go out there and do whatever. I don't know. I don't know if it makes people feel powerful to go out there and to do stuff like that. Like, I don't know. But at the end of the day, there's going to be repercussions and consequences. We got to pay for it one way or another. And it's just like, come on, people. Let's take a moment, and that's what I love about mindfulness and meditation, and even vegans or veganism or vegetarianism becoming more and more widespread, right? Now, for all of the vegans and vegetarians, how much of them are actually concerned about the people? That's a whole nother question. Because a lot of them be like, oh, animals this and animals that, and, we're all creatures and blah, blah, blah. Let's eat plants. But when it comes to your next door neighbor, you completely and totally fine with them just being subjected to whatever. Oh, that's not me. That's not in my reality. It's all an illusion. None of it is real. That doesn't matter. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but in my mind, like there's some disconnect there. Something in my mind ain't adding up. But let you be minorly inconvenienced, you will be the first person screaming unconstitutional, un this, un that. But people out there actually going through things, you don't even bat an eye. You just turn the channel, you block it, you move on like it ain't a part of your world at all. But again, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's a process, right? We ain't necessarily got an alarm clock. Y'all know those old school double bell alarm clocks that's like impossible to sleep through. I got one of those. I would literally jump out of bed. I would literally jump out of bed every single morning, like almost having a heart attack. That thing would just shock me right up out of bed. I'm like, oh my gosh. I stopped using it eventually. I gotta go to the bathroom, y'all. I'll be right back. But I'm gonna end this here. It's just like, this is about us really breaking free of the programming that we're living in. And not every single thing that happens in the environment at this point in time in particular is about trying to get you to buy into this and trying to get you to buy into that and distracting you from this and distracting you from that. I feel like we're coming to the point where there is actually some good. There are some people actually interested in doing some good out there. Some of them now in places and positions of power. Maybe not the highest seats of power, but it's like use some actual discernment. Like I don't know. I don't know. I'll be right back. I don't get it. I feel like I'm getting more and more frustrated now. One second, y'all. All right, I'm back. So I guess I still don't have that information. So um, it's not like I can really make too much progress anyway. So I got the time today. I got the time today. I just like I really don't. And another thing, it's like when we really connect to that truth, that's when we're gonna come into all of our power, all of our grace. The white tiger is the high priestess in the wild unknown, and it's just like I don't know, if you put the sword down for long enough and you center yourself and you ask or you really think about whatever system of love you subscribe to. It's like, remember when everybody was wearing those WWJD bracelets, and what would Jesus do? It's just like some things don't add up. Some things just don't add up. All right, well, let's move on to the next one. It's going to be number 11. 11 is the number of justice. What's this? The Seven of Cups, I believe. Yep, the Seven of Cups. 7. The moon. Next is the moon. Piscean energy. I love, like, honestly, the moon and the hangman are two of my favorite majors. They're the ones that I gravitated towards, like, immediately. The moon more so than the hangman. Um, and that's like when I first started, but I also got into it to like illuminate and highlight all of the things that were keeping me stuck in life. So that's why, honestly, that's why I got into tarot, or that's one of the first things that I started doing with it. When I was coming out of my darkest night, I was like, all that garbage I got inside me, I need to know, and we need to work through it. And one of the first things that came up was how a lot of people just use me, and they come to me whenever they're whenever they're in low vibes and they need support or they need to be uplifted. They come to Patrick, they get that fill up, and then they leave. And that's one of the many reasons why I decided to just be done with people and stay in my own little world. And then it was like, oh yeah, that thing, no, you can't do that no more. I said, what? You want me to be hurt and just used by people? And I guess, like, I know I've become quite fiery lately. But if it's one of the things that I can do for people, if it's one of the ways in which I can serve others, then that's fine. Um, I just need to get better on boundaries and expectations, I guess. So yeah. And eventually, I'll find and I do have, like, I have some really, really supportive and amazing family that I had to get over my I don't need anybody mentality to begin to really open up to. Like, my family is amazing. I love them. But I'll meet other people as well who can pour into me at some point. 1:54:54. So if you chose number 11 or the moon, this is something. Well, I want to pull 2 cards. We're gonna do another 2 cards. This is something something that we can feel and something that we can't see. Because the moon, it has both of those. It's Piscean, right? It's dreamy. It's a little Neptunian. It may be illusions to some people, and it can be. Not to say that it can't be, but it's also about those ways where the waters in our body are pooled. It could be a space of spiritual knowing. Not quite the high priestess, but maybe a little closer to the Queen of Cups type of energy. Maybe a little bit further than the Queen of Cups. Honestly, it depends on how much we trust it. I feel like with the moon card, it's like we can get that pull, but we may not necessarily trust it. And so then it stays more in that Piscean realm instead of it being, I don't know, Cancerian or Scorpionic. I don't know. I don't. Let's just go. This is a thing that we can feel. What can we feel? We can feel the Eight of Pentacles. What to feel it? Well, okay, so we feel that we're doing a lot right now, and we're being asked to do a lot right now, and we know that it's gonna pay off eventually, right? We don't necessarily know when. I feel like with the Eight of Pentacles, it feels like, oh, let me hold it up so y'all can see. There we go. I feel like we know that it's gonna benefit us, but we don't know how long we're gonna have to keep doing it. Almost feels like we've been doing it for a while and there's no real end in sight, and it ain't that we hold up. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the eighth pinnacle? It ain't necessarily that. It's just like, we just want to know that it's actually gonna pay out. Like, how long am I gonna have to keep doing this? And how long is the work gonna be the work? When do I get to play? And you can play while you work sometimes. I've low key, like, it was like yesterday. I don't know what to contribute this to, but it almost feels like I'm like energetically dragging right now. And I don't know if that's because I procrastinated to the point where I have 2 months to do literally everything I had a year to do, or if it's because, like, there's still some resistance that I have somewhere in some area that I need to let go of to allow things to really flow. Or if it's just that, like, as I'm hunkering down, I still need to introduce an element of play or enjoyment. Maybe a little bit of all of the above. But yeah, it's like, I feel like we feel that, like, we know that it's all going to be for something. We just don't necessarily see what it's for yet. And the thing that we can't see is the Five of Cups. This is interesting because in this Five of Cups, all of the cups are spilled. I don't necessarily want to go there, but I'm going to go there. I feel like the thing that we can't see is that something that was a missed opportunity might actually be coming back around. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this. Right? Because it's like, so this lemur, or what is it? It's not, what's Julian? What's King Julian from? Is he a lemur? I think he is a lemur. He's a lemur, right? King Julian from Madagascar? They're lemurs, right? And then Mort is the one that's like something different. So he's looking at the Six of Pentacles, the thing that's going to pay out, the give and take, and the Six of Pentacles came out with the Magician, right? So we're manifesting something, and the sun is literally right there. The sun is literally right behind the moon. Maybe this is the space of an eclipse. This moon, it feels like an eclipse. Like it's already daytime, but we just can't see it because the moon is in the way of the sunlight. But eclipses don't last that long. So this it might happen a little. We may be surprised at how quickly we get to that 9 and 10 of Pentacles. Potentially. But it's like we're looking at this Six of Pentacles, some equal give and take situation, like really stepping over this Two of Pentacles, which was the juggling, right? And so maybe there was something that caused some situation in the past to not quite work out. And while we're not chasing, but while we're keeping our eyes on situations that will give back to us and that are also requiring for us to give to them, something that we're manifesting, because again, shout out to the Magician here. Sometimes I remember the cards that came out, sometimes I don't. I think it's like what we can't see is that some of these cups, or one of these cups, maybe all 5 of these cups, are starting to turn up right. And the very first card we had was the Six of Cups. And in the Six of Cups, we see the Dolphin with the 5 cups upright on the shelf, kind of like trophies. And so it also brings to mind the Hierophant in the Three of Swords, which was all about adopting a higher perspective a little bit, changing the way that we view things. And again, like it feels like something that we've been working diligently towards that we don't see the payout of because it may come in a way that we don't expect because of it's something that's upside down. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a person that's coming back. It could be a dream that you gave up on. One that maybe you didn't feel qualified enough, maybe you never got the opportunity, maybe no one valued your ideas. But like you are like he is like making sure, like look how far that foot is stretched out. He's like, I'm getting over, capital OVER, over this juggling two of pentacles, and I'm claiming my 6. Ain't no juggling no more. Ain't no back and forth no more. Now, if I got to keep some things in balance as I work towards this to make sure that, like, you know, things stay in place, then that's something that I got to do. But with the 6 of Pentacles, whatever space I come into, they're going to understand and they're going to be willing to not accommodate, but they'll be accepting of the fact that, hey, I still got a little bit of something else going on that I'm wrapping up right now, so I may not necessarily be able to fully dedicate myself to this right now, but this is something that I do hold as a priority. I just got some other things that I need to clean up right now. And they're like, okay, this could be a dream coming back. Like, we don't see it coming back. I kind of want to pull one more, but I'm not. But again, like, if we haven't done this work, if we don't clear these 2 pentacles down here, then we run the risk of knocking all of these cups over again. So it's going to be dependent on the work that we keep doing. And that's why the 8 of Pentacles is out. Like, we know that we're doing the work. Why are we doing the work? I mean, there are some, like, we know why we do the work in some areas, but I'm just saying it's probably going to pay out in a way that you don't even expect. Potentially. Next card is the 3 of Cups. Okay, well, yeah, that, you know, some people do say 3 of Cups is a little bit of reconciliation-y, celebration-y type of energy. And it don't even got to be reconciliation, but it's like, it's that if that dream comes back, it's like, what? I can still do this. Work. Party. Whoop, 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 whoop. I resonate to that in some way. Because, you know, actually, like, the stuff that I'm pursuing right now, it's kind of sort of low-key things that I gave up on. I didn't think myself capable of doing, but with a little bit of resourcefulness, ingenuity, and reaching out for help when I need it, and an ability to adapt to situations, and a desire to adapt to situations, because I still want the things that I used to want that I didn't allow myself to want back in the past. I didn't allow myself to even think about fulfillment or happiness to this magnitude that I'm trying to, that not trying, that I am pursuing right now, that I'm doing the work within my own self to be ready to accept and to show up for. And I'm going to get it. So, you know, good things happen for those who believe in miracles. Miraculous things are more likely to occur, you know? Here we go with the King of Wands, going after what it is that you want. Then we got the 4 of Wands, you know, celebrating. 3 of Cups, King of Wands, 4 of Wands, like what? Oh, well, there's the 7 of Wands. And then we got the 2 of Swords. I love how the swords in a lot of these, I don't think it's this deck or this card in particular, but the swords in some of these cards are tied to the element of water. Like I think it's the 10 of Swords. It's like this snake thing that looks like a body of water. Then we got this King of Cups. Okay. We saw you earlier. With the Lovers. Now, is this going to be love or is this going to be a choice? This is choices, because even love is a choice. We don't necessarily choose who we love, but we do decide how much we contribute to those situations. Right? We can decide that we don't pursue something, even or somebody, even if we, right? Some people decide to hang on to their past and their trauma more than the future, and so people run away from people who they love. and they will chase situations and scenarios that ultimately are more comfortable, maybe more toxic because they're comfortable with toxicity. Familiar, more familiar than comfortable, right? There, and we can choose to express our love, right? So this is a choice, but this is a choice that has the power and the ability to affect, shape, and mold the rest of our lives, or a fairly significant portion of our life. You know, it ain't necessarily got to be the whole life. The whole life. So this is number 12, which is the Hangman. Just throwing that out there. 2:06:52. Also, this is another double because the Lovers is 6 and we have a 12. We doubled Temperance. We doubled the 7 to get Temperance. No, this is half because it's number 12, but we're getting 6 out. Temperance doubled because we chose 7, but we got out 14. This is us choosing 12 but getting 6. It's a situation where both people have to fully show up. And I was kind of getting that with the 6 of Pentacles earlier, and I never said it. I never said like you put in 3 Pentacles, they put in 3 Pentacles, because honestly, it was feeling like you put in 6 Pentacles, they put in 6 Pentacles, or you put in 1 Pentacle, they put in 1 Pentacle, right? Whatever you put in is what you get out, and so you can get the full 12 here if both people are putting in a full 6. But the choice, this would be the area potentially. Well, 10 of Cups. King of Cups, the Lovers, the 10 of Cups, after the 2 of Swords, and again, if there's one thing that I've discovered over the past few years, it's almost like, it's almost like love doesn't matter. Like, you can love somebody to literally the edge of the universe and back, but without the action that you put behind that love, like, what does it matter? You know, you can love, people love Jesus, but are they going out living an actual Christian life or a Jesus centric life? Or are they living in the ways that, you know, the Bible would tell us to live, when loving our neighbors as ourselves, and, you know, all the different types of things? It's harder for a rich man. It's harder to pass, or it's easier to pass a camel through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven, because of all of the greed and selfishness and questionable, shady ethical practices that go into accumulating that wealth. Well, do we follow any of that stuff? No. We just claim our love, but how do we show our love? How do you show your love to Jesus? How do you show your love to the system of love that you subscribe to? Do people see that? Is it observable, or is it only observable in certain situations and scenarios and cases and circumstances? Anyway, it ain't even about all that. I just realized within the past few years that love itself is not enough, because we still have to show up, we still have to do stuff, we still have to act out of it, we still have to express it, we still have to, you got to do something with it. Feelings are great, yeah, but feelings with no action, like, what is that? It's nothing. It's nothing. But at least you feel it. So I don't know, sometimes feelings without action feel even worse. But this is about us choosing our happiness, our joy, and our fulfillment. That's what this is. That's the choice that has the ability to shape the rest of our lives. Yeah, if every situation we choose our happiness, our joy, and our fulfillment. And like, going back to the pre whatever this is, the pre whatever this is. When I was talking about, it was the 7 of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords, and how we have to be wise with what we invest in. And then with the 5 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, it's that, you know, sometimes the things worth having are the things worth fighting for. And not everything is going to be great all the time. And maybe it's weird from a certain perspective, but And again, like, I feel like there is such a fine line here, because you will get people who just take advantage of you and how you feel about them, and who will run you into the ground and not give you anything in return while you give them everything. And this ain't about that. It's not about that. Because again, both people putting in, and then we get the 10 cups. There are two people here and their family, their offspring. But there's two people here. Both people need to put into this 10 of cups. One person can't put into a 10 of cups and bring somebody into their 10 of cups. Excuse me, it don't work like that. You'll lose cups. The only way to maintain this 10 of cups between two people is for both people to be in an energy of a 10 of cups. They give themselves half, and then they give you half, and then you give yourself half, and then you give them half, and that leaves you both whole and fulfilled. Right? To have a 10 of cups between multiple people, every person needs to be in an energy of a 10 of cups within themselves. Right? Your self-love has to be on point, and your ability to love others. And self-love, it kind of sort of does play at least a little bit of a part in the depth to which we can love other people, and the depth to which we can receive love from other people. And like actual like scorpionic depth, not like surface level Cancerian depth. And I just say Cancer because it's cardinal, and I say Scorpio because fixed waters are still waters run deep. Right? That's why I say it that way. And then Pisces is the in between. In my mind, Pisces can be surface level Cancer, it can be deep Scorpio, and it can be those waters in between. It can be anywhere. Sometimes Pisces is out of the water, and you go to the water and you're like, wait, where are all the fish? I'm like, oh yeah, the fish evolved legs. They're on the ground now. Usually it takes millions of years of evolution, if not billions. The Pisces can do it real quick. Like, oh, I'm on the land. Oh, snap, I got legs now. Back in the water. Oh, legs are gone. The fin is back. Like the mermaids that the mermaids that don't need magic to have fins or legs. It's just, if we on the land, we got legs. If we in the water, we got fins and flippers and stuff. Anyway, back to this. Both people need to show up, but this is about us choosing to show up and actively make choices and decisions that lead to our fulfillment, based on our fulfillment that is free from the past, or that is less tied to the past. Because again, it's like you can't show up to a 10 of cups situation with 3 cups that are still knocked over or turned upside down that will never ever be filled again. Like, at most, that's going to give you 7 of cups. 7 cups. Options, more options, more options. Nothing that really quite scratches that itch or leads to actual fulfillment. Because you got 3 cups that you won't even allow to be filled. And that takes me back to, who was it? The Hangman came out to clarify the Chariot and the Hangman. It takes me all the way back there. But again, it's choices and decisions and actions that we take to lead to that fulfillment. North Node is in Gemini right now, and we got a 10 of cups on the line. So, South Node, Sagittarius. South Node is in all of that. All of that. See, the thing about Sagittarius, the thing about higher education, is that a lot of it is built upon things that people have already done. A lot of it is already established. It's not necessarily novel or new. Now, for you to get like a doctorate, maybe you got to do something novel or new or whatever. Yeah, sure. But a lot of your primary higher education, or like your undergraduate and even some of your graduate level higher education, it's all things that are already pre-established, right? Sagittarius, it shoots for the sky, yeah, sure, but it's rooted in the ground. What does Sagittarius know about the stars in the heavens? You got to go to Pisces if you want that. You have to go to the feminine side of Jupiter if you want that. Sagittarius has its strengths and Pisces has its strengths. And when it comes to Jupiterian energy, it's about, or any energy, it's about finding the balance of both, right? And this is a Pisces card. Third decan of Pisces. This is Mars and Pisces. North Node. So Mars was in Pisces, right? Third decan. Some people were like, oh, Mars and Pisces, like Pisces is Like Neptune is in Pisces, and like the illusions are so heavy, nothing that you do actually matters. Just wait until Mars goes into Aries to do everything or anything, right? But with the North Node being in Gemini and Mars in Pisces, like that's the dream, that's the vision that you give Mars before it goes into Aries. This is what this is, in your own personal life. This is what we make decisions based off of. What are you making decisions based off of? The past that you're trying to run away from, or the future that you're trying to welcome? Love isn't enough. It also requires action. You know? Or, I don't know. Like I say all the time, it's your life. You do what you want to do. Or don't do what you don't want to do. But a lot of people do what they don't want to do, and they don't do what they do want to do. And then you get to the end of the day where you're so knotted up, tied up, conflicted within yourself, and just it's like, why is everything like this? Well, are you actually doing anything that you want to do, or are you continuing to do things that you don't want to do? Are you allowing yourself the mobility, the freedom of mobility to leave your past in the past, or are you continuing to make every day the days that you don't even want to live anymore? And it's not that, anyone is necessarily towards that point, but it's like if you continue to live for the worst case scenario, if you continue to live life like, doomsday is going to happen whenever, at what point do you really get to enjoy it? At what point are you living for the future? At what point are you putting energy towards the outcome that you want to see rather than just the outcome that you don't? And again, it's a fine balance in everything. And it's not for anyone to be unprepared or whatever, but it's like we got to be putting something towards the things that we want in life, because Seven of Pentacles, like, what you put energy towards, that's the things that grow. Those are the things that grow. Are you putting any energy towards the outcome that you actually want? Are you putting any energy towards actual healing? Or is it all like surface level? You know? And we've already seen the Cancer card. The Cancer card was feeling like Pisces. But the Cancer card was feeling like unaligned Pisces or less aligned Pisces. That internal conflict and turmoil of Pisces, where the fish are always swimming in opposite directions Pisces. Not, more higher aligned Pisces energy. Those are two horses that are never in the same direction. And Sagittarius kind of is the horse, even though it's the centaur. But Sagittarius, it's a horse as long as it's the upper half ain't in the upper half. If the upper half is operating in the lower half, then you got a horse. It's just a horse bottom and a horse head. A horse all day long. Where's the man at? Where's the higher perspective? Where's the higher level of thinking? Where's the part that looks out into the future and that makes that its target and that goes in that direction? Instead of, I don't know, these letting the jockey on your back and just running the same races all day long, right? Maybe you think you're your own jockey, right? That's the centaur. Every other horse has a jockey, but the centaur is his own jockey. But he's running the same race that the horses are racing. The centaur's in the same loop as all the other captive horses. But hey, you ain't got nobody on your back, so you free, you whatever. And it's like, okay, but you still again running the same laps everybody else is running. Come on now, Sagittarius. I know Sagittarian energy ain't Piscean energy, and I know Sagittarius can be an energy of being more practical, logical, and reasonable, but don't be afraid to dream a little bit. Come on. Set your sights on something that you want and not just, I don't. That's why, like, I really do love Sagittarius. But we just reached that point where I'm ready to go to Neptune and they still on Jupiter. And I'm like, come on, come to the dark side of Jupiter. Come to the feminine side of Jupiter. Let me expand your mind. And they're like, no, that's unreasonable. That's illogical. There is no world in which that makes sense. So I won't even entertain it. Now that's only like one Sagittarius that I know. Specifically. Most of the Sagittariuses I know are cool. But again, it's just like that point where I start to go off into more of a fantasy, and It's the arrow. Like, cause like to me, like Sagittarius is that the arrow, right? That straight trajectory. We're going all the way there, no deviations, no nothing. But Pisces, in my mind, it's like, yeah, we go in there, and then we go over here, and then we loop over here, and then we go back, see if we forgot something, and then we go up there, and then we go here. Sagittarius is like, what are you doing? It reminded me of my Sagittarius best friend, like when we first met. We actually met through a mutual friend who was one of the two people who went to the same college as me from high school. And it was pancake day at her dorm. So she told me it was pancake day. I was like, oh, snap, bet. Like, I'm about to show up and give me some pancakes. And it was like, what, 10 o'clock? It was late. And I actually met her, my Sagittarius best friend, because she also told her. And it turns out we lived in the same dorm. I was like, what? You live in my dorm? She was like, yeah. She was like, well, where do you live? I was like, I live on this floor. She's like, I walk by your door like literally all the time because one of my best friends lives on your floor. And so we met first semester. We had a class together second semester. Didn't really talk much. But sophomore year is when we became really good friends. But in the beginning, she was like, you too extra, you too much. Like, calm down, calm down. Like, when I would start to get worked up, she'd be like, calm down. So we had a little bit of an energetic exchange. So she did dull me down a little bit. Not dull me down. She calmed me down a little bit. I ramped her up a little bit. And now we just like, I don't know. We are what we are. And she actually like she got into spirituality sometime before me. And for her it was something that she had access to. A lot more access than I had. But after a certain amount of time, it's actually because of her in some ways that I gave myself permission to explore my own spirituality. And here we are. Right? And so yeah, like I know I talk crap about some of the signs sometimes, but I honestly do have love and appreciation for all of them. Even Libras. Even Sagittarius. It's just that like I don't like sometimes for my exploration to be capped at what is realistic and what is not realistic. And sometimes Sagittarian energy can be a little too straight to the point. A little, because Sagittarian energy is also like pastor energy or preacher energy. Um, that also falls in line with that. And sometimes the energy can have these worldviews that are that can be kind of extreme sometimes. But again, that's probably more the low vibrational side of that energy. So keep that in mind as well. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about it so much. I just had to, throw it out there. I do love Sagittarians. I just wish that sometimes some of them would be a little bit more expansive and would go to the imaginative side of Jupiter. But it's almost like, if there are still places on Earth that we haven't explored, why are we so obsessed with all of the places underwater that we haven't explored? Right? Is it the Marianas or Marinas or wherever that trench is that like we've barely scratched the surface of? It's like, why would we go down there when we still have so much up here to do? I was like, okay, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. I'll just go find somebody who wants to explore that with me. And then I'll, like, when I want to explore on land, we can explore land together. And when I want to go be a little bit more Piscean, then, I'll find somebody else. And then here's the Knight of Cups. This is so interesting. So we have the Two of Swords, which is, again, it's the space of indecision. King of Cups, the Lovers, which is deciding. Ten of Cups and the Knight of Cups, like, okay, Lovers come through. But again, like, we got to do something with that. And then here we have the Star. Here's Aquarius. Yeah, let me go find an Aquarius. Let me go find an Aquarius. They'll at least talk to me, talk with me about like aliens and stuff like that. Some spirituality, some aliens, some other stuff. If Sagittarius don't play them games, Sagittarius ain't really gonna try to entertain it either. Which is fine. It's fair. It's valid. So, the star, this is number 13. 13 is the number of death, which is the number of transformation and rebirth. 2:26:37. So if you chose number 13 or the star, then I'm going to say this is an area where we actually need to have more hope. We actually need to have more faith. We have to, if we, let me stop. Let me get over it. We need to think outside the box a little bit. Because it's like when we wish upon stars, more often than not, we're wishing for things that we don't feel like we can achieve, attain, or get within our own lives. And so we're almost leaving it to something outside of ourselves to do something that we want. And if it's something outside of yourself that's going to get you something that you want, newsflash, it may come in a way that you're not necessarily comfortable with. Right? It's like if you gotta, like, let's say Oreo O's, before they started making Oreo O's in America again. They was only making them in Korea. They were still making Oreo O's in Korea because Kellogg and Post over there were still together or something like that. I don't remember. And it's like, if you want some Oreo O's, girl, you're gonna have to go to Korea. And when you over in Korea, you might not encounter too many people speaking English. You might not encounter road signs in English. You might encounter different customs and different situations. But if you want them Oreo O's, you're going to have to go to Korea. And things are different in Korea. So you're going to have to grow a little bit. You're going to have to expand a little bit. You might have to change a little bit to get what it is that you're asking for, that you're manifesting. Because if you could get it where you were at, you just go to the local Walmart, Meijer, Trader Joe's. What else? What's the other one? Oh, what's that one? Wawa? Is that a grocery store, Wawa? Or whatever? Like, if you had it in your environment, you'd go and get it in your environment. You wouldn't be looking outside of your environment to get it. Six of Swords is also Aquarian energy, right? You might have to Six of Swords your way to the star to get it. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll just come to you and you ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to change, and then it might spoil because I don't know. Let's see. This is an area where we need to be a little more open-minded to get what it is that we want. And here's the Hermit. I love it. Because what does the Hermit have in a lot of decks? He has the star. But this time we're getting the star before the Hermit. This is interesting because I feel like there are some things that we really need to explore within ourselves. And again, it's giving me the energy of... What came out with the Hangman? I just remembered it. The Chariot. I keep forgetting it was the Chariot. It always reminds me of the Chariot and the Hangman. Because it's like, to get what we want, there are things within ourselves that we need to realign. Now, I thought it would be something a little bit more general. But yeah, it's something that's going to require realignment and readjustment in the internal for us to get it. Like, I don't like this example, so let me try to find one that I do like. Okay, if you gamble a lot, or if you're just extremely careless with money, and you're trying to be a millionaire, right? You want to manifest 100,000 or a certain level of income, then it's like you'll never have that much in the storehouse if you spend more than what you get. You're never going to accumulate that much if you're always spending more than what you get. You can't accumulate wealth if you're constantly accumulating debt. Now, From a very outside perspective, maybe we could claim a certain amount of wealth and be hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt in real life, you know. But anyway, it's like something within us needs to change in order to get us to even accept it. And again, that's going back to that chariot and the hangman energy. It's like we have to be in a space to accept it. And a lot of times that's internal work. Maybe that's some of the shadow work that we've been asked to do. Some of us did it, some of us didn't. It's fine, it's life, it's whatever. Right? So I guess also shout out to the moon with the Eight of Pentacles. And also the Five of Cups. But more specifically the Eight of Pentacles. Oh no, the Five of Cups too. Because I guess it's something that I didn't say then, but it's like maybe we can't even see us going back to a situation that's already spilled over because we don't see in ourselves that we're not even the person that we used to be. And when we can't see that we're not the person that we used to be, it's almost like we don't allow ourselves to be anything different. And so that's another thing that we need to do with this hermit. At the same time where we're going within ourselves to course correct and to make those adjustments, it's almost like it's reminding me of one of those old Star Trek games that I never really played. But it's like, you have this much energy that you can devote to weapons, and you have this much energy that you can devote to life support, this much energy that you devote to defenses. And it's like we need to balance out how much energy we give to each situation. And so it's like here, like not only do you have to go within and adjust the levels on these different things in your life, you also have to give yourself permission to externally act in ways that validate that and that reinforce that. And that's going to be what turns the star on. It's like you want something from this star, you have to learn to be the star. You have to learn to be the light that attracts whatever it is that you want to you, right? And so this is for the person who manifested Oreo O's in America so that you don't have to go to Korea to get them anymore. Then they started making them in America again. It's like, oh, gee, wow, thanks. Now I don't have to go all the way to Korea if I want some Oreo O's. But again, it's this internal. Now it's giving me alchemy vibes, so it's taking me back to Temperance and what came out with Temperance. Oh, what was it? Because I remember Temperance, they got double for their money, and it felt like something that they had been waiting for. Oh, this is what you're growing into. Was it the Magician? No, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. There's so many energies. And it's not surprising that some of them sort of fall along the same paths, but maybe different positions along that path. But it's like you have to be the thing that gravitates it towards you. Excuse me. And that's what this hermit does. That's that deep work. This is internal recognition. And it's like this hermit is going down into the basement of our souls to flip the breaker switches, but we still have to turn on the lights upstairs. Right? And so if you've been doing this deep work, it's time to turn on the light upstairs. And to allow, again, it's this energy again of allowing yourself the space and permission to put the past in the past and to allow your manifestations to come in without all of that baggage and expectation that you have because of how things worked out in the past. And I mean, I gotta move on because I ain't trying to be on here all day, even though, like I said initially, like there are some other things that I can do, but I hit another wall with my schoolwork. I keep hitting these walls with my schoolwork. Partially it was me procrastinating, but it was like I would get busy and then I would hit a wall, and then it's like, come on, what is just not wanting me to get this degree? It don't matter what it is because I'm getting it. I just have to rise to the challenge, rise to the occasion. I think I said a challenge. Rise to the occasion, rise to the challenge, and get it done anyway. You know? So, Hermit, let's see what's up with y'all. Let's see what's up with y'all. Hermit, this is gonna be something that y'all need to plug back in. Y'all need to go down to the basement, plug this back in. Something is off. Something need to be turned back on. Oof. This is before the timestamp, so I wanted to say, like, when's the last time you've been like turned on, Hermit? Like really turned on, and maybe not even sexually, maybe just even like, when's the last time you've been enthusiastic about something that happens in your life? When's the last time you've been like excited, or like genuinely excited? When's the last time you felt anticipation? You know, and I know this year has been this year for a long time, but it's just maybe even before this year, if you think back. It's like, the last time I was actually like genuinely, legitimately excited about something was a while ago. Oof. All right, well, let's get this timestamp now. For those of y'all who watched before the timestamp, this is a little treat for you. And if the timestamp puts you here, regardless of when I put it, then hey, this is still a little treat for you. 2:37:17. So let's get into this. If you chose number 14 or the Hermit, Hermit, again, it's something that we need to bring light to within ourselves, something that we need to plug up downstairs. Oh, interesting. So this message is going to be like the Chariot and the Hangman, I think. Because what we're going down, what we're plugging up is the Queen of Cups. It's self-love. We need to find love within ourselves, but not only is it self-love, it comes through the vein of self-love, yes. But what we'll actually discover, since the Hermit goes that deep, how am I seeing this? It's a switch, but it's also a river. It's a river. It's a river that's been clogged up. And so it's a silted up river. Shout out to Mr. Around for giving me this image. We're following this silted up river to its source to see what's clogged it up. Also, this is giving me Avatar The Last Airbender chakra vibes. When the monk was walking Aang through how to open up the seven chakras, and it's like, if you have a blockage in one chakra, it's going to create blockages in the other chakras. And so we have the silted up river that we're following to its source. So we're going deeper and deeper and deeper into ourselves. The shadow work may be getting darker, maybe a little bit more intense, maybe more raw, maybe more vulnerable. And maybe, we hit these walls of resistance where like we want to be done, but then things aren't solved. So we know we got to go back down even deeper, and we got to actually do it. We got to clean it up. We got to clear it out, right? If we want to come into everything else, more often than not, it makes it easier for us to accept the good coming in life as good and not keep projecting, things onto it if we do this internal work first. So could we do it without it? Maybe, sure. But eventually, at some point, I feel like we'd have to do it either way. And so we follow the source of the river all the way to the basement of our soul, right? And so we go all the way down to the root, because that's the basement, right? And so we unblock it. We take our little stick and we push out the moss, or we ask Mr. and Mrs. Beaver if they could go somewhere else, because we need for the water to flow in this area. We can't have this dammed up. And so Mr. and Mrs. Beaver understand. Maybe there's a little bit of negotiation. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Beaver is like, okay, but like, where are we supposed to go? And maybe you want to be like, I don't know, but y'all got the GTFO up out of here, because I'm trying to have things flowing again. But you ain't gonna say that to Mr. and Mrs. Beaver, because you don't want to make a hostile situation out of this, because then you'll have to force them out, right? So you approach it with understanding, and you approach it with kindness, and you approach it with compassion. And maybe you help Mr. and Mrs. Beaver find another place where they can go, right? And maybe that's also this energy of like bringing healing to those situations in the past. we can't necessarily approach it or approach them super aggressively, because if we approach them aggressively, it's like they don't really go anywhere. They kind of sort of silt up even more. It's reminding me very much of like Pseudomonas and bacteria that create plaques. Also, speaking of bacteria, I got kombucha yesterday. I've been wanting to try kombucha for a long time. Honestly, I know that I can understand the health benefits of kombucha, but I feel some type of way about putting live bacteria into my body intentionally. I do, and I understand how it promotes a healthy microflora and a gut biome and all kinds of stuff like that. But still, in my mind, it's weird. It's weird. I don't eat yogurt. Like Activia, I don't do it. Again, I understand the health benefits, but it's weird to me. And so I decided to get over that little whatever. And I was at the store yesterday. And so I was looking at kombucha. And I was still like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. But this is not a sponsored video, so I'm not going to show the product. I was going to show it, I'm just not going to do it. I found a kombucha, and the flavor was Lemuria, and it had crystals on it. I was like, oh, Lemuria? Okay, work. Like, okay, this will be my gateway. Because I was like, I don't even know what flavor I would go for or whatever. And it said Lemuria, so I bought it. And it was a little bit more expensive than I kind of sort of thought it would be. I mean, I guess I understand. But at the same time, I'm like, this much for how much? Excuse me? But it said Lemuria, so I went with it, right? I can't lose if it says Lemuria. Um Lemuria has kind of sort of it's fallen to the sync wayside, you know, the shoulder of the synchronicity highway. Um that little part, that exit ain't got much traffic in a minute. Um, but anyway, I decided to get it. So we go to the source of the river. I just threw that out there because I don't know. I wanted to talk about it. I was looking for kombucha, and one of them said Lemuria, so I bought it. I'm a sucker. They probably marketed it to suckers like me, or it's somebody who's actually, maybe got to connect and trying to do their fellow like whoever's and whatever's a service. Not everything is a marketing ploy necessarily. There are some people out there who are trying to put out products, and even in some more mainstream ways that are actually provide a service and a benefit. Maybe it's not just marketing, right? We got to allow ourselves to we have to allow ourselves to allow things like that to be a possibility, because then it opens, either A, it'll open the doorway for more conscious sort of products that make it mainstream, or B, it'll allow us to see the truth that those things are already out there. Either way, it could be a win, right? But still exercise some discernment. Anyway, back to this. So we talk to Mr. and Mrs. Beaver, and we get them to allow us to take down the dam. Maybe they even help us take down the dam. And then they move somewhere else. And that's a blockage that we get to release. And again, if we approach it with aggression, it might be more difficult to resolve it. Approach it with kindness and compassion for the self, right? And for, whatever you got to do inside of you to get it done. In some ways are more effective than others, I feel. And you will probably also feel for yourself as well. Some ways are more effective at removing blockages than other ways for you. And it's about finding what works for you and doing what works for you. It's not necessarily a one size fits all solution, right? Some people got nice Mr. and Mrs. Beavers. Some people ain't got no beavers there. It's just old dams that we just got to blow up and move on. And, sometimes you get an angry Mr. or Mrs. Beaver, or you get a whole family of beavers, and you're like, oh, there's a whole family here. I would feel so bad. But, girl, we got to get this stuff flowing. Let me help find y'all a new home. Speaking of a new home, apparently there's a rabbit that's been sitting under the picnic table for a few days. And my brother thinks it might have a little burrow under there, some baby rabbits. Because he's like, it's so weird that, like, it's alive, but it's just not moving. He's like, I looked out my window and I saw it, and it's still there. And he like walked towards it a little bit, and it didn't move at all. So maybe there's a mama rabbit outside. Back to this. So as we're clearing up our own energetic channels, also we're clearing up, the channels of self-love, but it's like we discover something else at the source of that river. We discover the river that actually flows between everything. And then it allows for this expanded communication with this Queen of Cups. It's that pre-High Priestess energy, right? She's the minor High Priestess. And so as we're going down to fix the rivers and the channels of love, both from self and from others, to and from self and others, as we are working through our root and clearing out the root, we actually find that the root is connected to a crown. And for some that might be weird, but it kind of makes sense. Because as you clear up your root, it's like it frees up space in the garden for these downloads to take root and to flourish and grow in your bed, or in the bed that is your body, or your bodies. Energetic, mental, emotional, etheric, and plus the works. And yeah, it connects us maybe closer to the divine, but also to everything else, interestingly enough, believe it or not. So yeah, this is actually a really, really, really powerful Hermit card, which makes sense why it's predicated by the star. But it's pre sun energy, but the sun, we're a sun for ourselves, but a star to others, right? So interesting, Hermit. And then we get the Queen of Swords, the Queen of Cups, and the Queen of Swords. I'm telling y'all, that's that High Priestess. That's that thinking woman energy. I love that they keep coming out together. The Queen of Swords came out earlier, not even by the Queen of Cups, because she was with the Seven of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles. And then, after lots of shuffling, they ended up together again. I'm not upset. And then we got the Two of Cups. Aww, aww. And the Nine of Cups. And the Ace of Cups. It was the Two of Cups and the Nine of Cups the second time we saw the Queen of Swords. And the Lovers was at the bottom of the deck. Now it's the Two of Cups and the Ace of Cups. Yeah, this is that everybody love. This is that prime connection. That's that exactly. It's all of that. That's amazing. Wow. Okay, work. I got more majors to. Well, then there's the sun, and then here's the sun. As I was just talking about the sun, Ace of Cups, Two of Cups, Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups. After that, Hermit. Like, that's really putting us in a position to begin to know the things that we feel, because we allow knowing into these spaces. But we can't have knowing come into a space. Like, you can't teach someone who already knows something. You can't teach anybody anything who's not willing and open to learn, right? You can try, but I mean, So let's talk about the sun. This is interesting. I'm loving this. Oof. Somebody just tweeted, "Mind y'all business when it comes to me. I don't even like y'all." Why is this? My I be getting recommended stuff that I'm just like, why is this popping up for me? Maybe it's because I don't use that account enough. I'm like, hello, what does this even mean? So number 15 is the sun. Okay. 2:50:37. So if you chose number 15 or the Sun card, this is going to be for you. And I haven't yet quite decided what the Sun is going to be. Oops. Oh, hold up. My mouse fell and I just picked it up. Okay, everything is still, all right, everything is still operational. Okay. Maybe an area where we need to shine our light, where we can bring some warmth, vitality, playfulness. This it's an area where we need to bring some vitality and a little bit of playfulness. Where we can be lighter. Where can we be a little bit lighter? Oh, Ace of Wands. I love that. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. It's also interesting that this Ace of Wands is jumping over a moon. And it's a rabbit. I just talked about the rabbit. And look at all those stars up there. We got the stars in the moon. And then the sun right here. Huh. Quantum Leap just popped into my mind. Also, so this rabbit is surrounded by things that emit their own light and jumping over the thing. This is very pole vaulty. Vaulting over the thing that has no light of its own, and that's the moon. The moon has no light of itself. It just reflects other light, like the sunlight, like all the other planets in our solar system. None of those planets are stars. They don't reflect, like they don't have their own light. They just reflect the sun's light. And so the solar system is 10 different ways to look at the light of the sun. Right? We can look at it from this filter or that filter or this filter, and this filter is going in retrograde. So, maybe we'll be seeing how we weren't seeing things clearly in that area. But yeah, it's the only thing that has any light of itself on its own is the sun in our solar system. Everything else we see in the sky, if it's not a star, it's a reflection. So that's why, a few months ago, I was like, let's be stars instead of satellites. You can be a star or you can be a satellite. Now we the whole gosh darn sun. But this, I don't know. The sun card is just telling me to have fun, open up, don't be afraid to let loose a little bit. It is a 15, and the 15 is the number of the devil in the tarot in the majors, and so maybe it ain't to go to excess. But there's a difference between what is it? It's not coping, distracting ourselves. There's a difference between coping and distracting ourselves with substances and actually having fun, right? And it's time to have actual fun. So maybe do something. Maybe there's a hobby that you wanted to do that you never gave yourself permission to do. Maybe you discovered something earlier in lockdown that you enjoy, and it's time for you to get back into it. Maybe as everything was going back to normal, or we're trying to have everything go back to normal, we're starting to neglect some of the things that actually brought us a little bit of joy and peace and respite earlier, right? And it isn't necessarily to just go back to the grind as it was, but it's to incorporate some of those things that give us a little bit of a center or ground us a little bit. Some of the things that we discovered back then were important, right? And maybe when it's all we had to do, we kind of sort of got burnt out on it. But I don't know, don't be afraid to pick it back up a little bit. That's what I started asking people, or I started asking people maybe last year. It was like, what's something that you do to reground or to center or to pull you out of the hustle and bustle of your day-to-day life? What's something that you do that pours back into you, right? Liquid light, fill it up, pour it in my cup. Some people say the glass is half full, some people say the glass is half empty. I say fill it up. Pour some more of that liquid light in my cup. you know I don't know, the Ace of Wands series, just, I don't know, I just feel like it's time to... The Ace of Wands is a card of exploring. Because it's not the page, it's not the knight, it's not the king or the queen. We don't necessarily have it in hand yet, we're being presented with it. And it's almost like from 2 to 10, it's how this Ace of Wands fits in with everything else. And then by the time we reach the 10, maybe we discover that this ace doesn't necessarily vibe or jive with some of the other ones that we've kind of sort of let go, or some of the other ones that we picked up, right? But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Find some time to engage with things that you actually enjoy. Bring life back into your own life. Bring vitality into your own life. I know it's easy to get lost in the hustle and bustle of the day to day when we have so many things to do, but find ways to play, find ways to unwind, find ways to enjoy, and not just like, again, it's not about that devil energy of running to something to distract yourself from something else. It's not that, it's just injecting a little bit of enjoyment into your day. Something that actually pours back into you, something that you enjoy, right? I don't know, maybe go for walks more often if you enjoy walks, or journal or draw, or I don't know, whatever you do for like actual fun. And if you don't know what that is for you, then maybe start exploring a little bit, right? Some people like listening to podcasts. Maybe you do that. And then maybe you can listen to a podcast on your way to wherever you go, work, class, I don't know, the grocery store. You know, it's just like inject a little bit of life in areas, and don't forget to do that. Don't don't forget to do it. Just don't go back to where everything was like dry and lifeless. You know. And again, it's only the ace, so it's gonna take some finagling and like getting it into your routine and seeing how it works with everything else that you want to do for yourself. But like, we can literally create time sometimes, and it may not feel like, because the hours on the clock never go up, we may not realize that we're creating time, but I feel like sometimes we honestly do create time. And maybe like we work through things quicker than we realize. It's like, oh, what? I thought I was working for like 3 hours. I just finished that in like an hour and a half. Wow, that's a whole hour and a half I have left to do whatever I want, right? Creating time. It doesn't necessarily stretch the hours in the day, necessarily, because the clock is the clock. But for the space in between the clock, that's where the magic happens. The moments in between moments, right? So, I don't know. Just do that. Bring some life into your life. Bring some light into your life. And then we have the Nine of Swords there. The Eight of Cups. And the Empress. And the Empress is looking back on them 8 cups. Look at her. Looking back on the octopus. And then, I don't think this is the sun. We got a full moon and a crescent moon on this 8 of Cups, which is interesting. We got 2 moons represented in the same card. And this 8 of Cups is offering a cup to both of them. But only the full moon has a face. So, that other moon can't really drink. But maybe the water will fill it up and make it new or full. I don't know. Coming into the Empress is something, and this Empress is actually what inspired me to do this. I don't remember who it was, but I was scrolling through Twitter last night, and it was when I was in bed because I wasn't going to get up and do it. And they were like, go through pick up a deck, and the card behind the Empress is the thing that you need to nurture right now. And I was like, oh, snap, that's cute. And then I was sitting on the porch, I was like, oh, I can do that for all the majors, right? And I've actually done something like that a while ago. It was before I got my first deck, when I was still on Tumblr. And I think it was after I ordered it, or when I was deciding to order it. And I saw this one thing, and they were like, the card before and after the lovers hold some significance to love, and then the cards between the sun and the moon hold some significance as well. And so I was going through the deck after I got it, and I was like looking for spreads. I was like, oh, let me see if I can go back and find that, because that was cool. Well, first I tried to do it off of memory, right? And so I was going through the whole deck looking for the lovers, but I had like 7 cards, or maybe like 8, somewhere between, that's 8, 9, 10. I had 10 cards roughly that were just out of the deck for whatever reason. Y'all know sometimes I'm just missing cards. And so, because they were all in the box and I pulled them out to shuffle them, and I was looking through and I was like, I don't see the lovers at all. And then I found this little stack of cards, and that's where I found the lovers. I was like, okay. So I was just curious, right? Because I was like, is there any love that's going to come into my life? And I think this was like either December 18 or January 19. And I've talked about it before because that's when the sun and the moon came out. And I actually have it on my journal app so I can look and get the exact date. But it was the sun, the lovers, and the moon. And then there were like 7 more cards left. So I was like, okay, well, I'll pull out the lovers and I'll have the sun up top and the moon in the bottom. I'll shuffle these up and then I'll pull 3. And then there will be one that's just the energy between the two of those. And that's what I read. And it was just interesting that the card between the sun and the moon was the lovers. And the cards on the opposite end of the lovers was the sun and the moon. So I was like, oh, snap. That's like 2 different ones combined into one. Anyway, I've seen something of this nature before. It came back up last night, and that's what inspired me to do this today, more or less. I'd say more than less. And we get the Page of Pentacles. This is interesting. This is an energy of us. Oh, I didn't even timestamp. Oh my gosh. I was doing so well for so long. I was doing so well for so long. You treated me so wrong. I don't know where that last part came in, but hey. That's the journey of the Empress, I guess, to be taken advantage of and disregarded sometimes. But that's what some people say, I find difficulty with subscribing to some things, but when life is the way life is, then I'm like, well, that's how it works out. I don't necessarily believe it has to be that way, but that's just the way that it happens. 999 times out of 100,000. I think I did that wrong. 99,999 times out of 100,000. It happens to be that way. But that one time out of 100,000 times mean that it's not always the case. This is why Sagittarius can't stand me. I'm just playing. But in my mind, I'm like, if there's a 0.0000000000000000001% chance that this could happen, it's not impossible. And it has to happen for somebody. Somebody got to be the one. Why not me? Shoot, why not now? Why not here? Why not today? Why not take the chance? Why not believe? Disappointment is going to happen in life. We don't have to go looking for disappointment. Why not choose, hope? I don't know. 3:03:40. It's been 3 hours, Empresses. Hey, look, we got 2 3s for the Empress, which is number 3. So the Empress, this is all about you creating a brand new life. This is something that we're in the process of, we're an active participant in. And the thing about the Empress is a mother, right? The thing about mothers is that you put into your body that feeds the baby, you raise the child, but at the end of the day, the child becomes its own person. His or her or their own person. And you can pour into it all day long, but we don't really decide what the end product will be. And if we come into a space of trying to force it, then, that's a little too much. We're doing a little bit too much. Right? Just like I said with whoever I said it earlier with, it's long enough, I'm starting to forget. Was it the Magician? No, it wasn't the Magician. Yeah, it could have been the Magician and it might have been the Wheel of Fortune. What came out before the Wheel of Fortune? The Emperor and the Wheel of Fortune, maybe? I don't remember. I said it earlier that when we give something to somebody or when we put something out into the world, it's no longer under our care or under our jurisdiction, right? The world, the environment, the people who we give it to, they get to do whatever they want with it. And we have to allow that to happen. But with this Page of Pentacles, it really is us being in a position to create a whole new life for ourselves. But it's something that also, again, like the mother, we have to pour into. It's not going to create itself. And with her looking towards the Eight of Cups and away from the Page of Pentacles, it just feels like whatever. If you chose number 16 or the Empress, it's like this requires your attention more than whatever it is that you're leaving behind, right? We can't we can't give this all of the love and kindness and attention that it needs and deserves if we're focused on things in the past. And it's gonna die if we don't sustain it. It reminds me of when I got Sagittarius for, what was it, Libra season or whatever. It was like in Sagittarius got the Empress and the Ten of Swords with the Devil and maybe the Ace of Wands up top. And it was like, if you're not putting any love, if you're not nurturing or sustaining the things that you're creating, they're not going to make it in the world. They're not. And it's like this Empress, it's more concerned with things of the past than it is the future that it's creating for itself and the world that it's building. And maybe not even understanding that being primarily focused on that past energy is, it's like it's leaving the gateway open to past energy. It's keeping us from coming into this whole new world. Where did the world come out? The world came out after the Wheel of Fortune. And what came out after the Wheel of Fortune? I don't remember, but it was before I read the world card. I was like, there was this feeling of us being in between worlds. And then the world card came out, and I was like, the 4D is within that 456 realm of dimensions. But with it being the closest to the 3, it's not fully in this higher space yet. And almost at the space of that 4, it's like we can get a little bit of bleed over from the 3, and we can get something that's pulling us closer into the 5 where the energy is stabilized before we go to the 6 and we're coming into even higher realms, right? So there's a need to focus and stabilize the things that we're creating by giving it what it needs to thrive and survive. And we really have to be brave enough to put the past in the past, and to know and trust and believe that as long as we are pouring into this future and we are filtering out the past as we pour into it as best we can, because we're human, we're not going to do anything necessarily perfectly, but as long as you're trying, like giving an honest effort, it will pay out. And it will show you, if you allow it, that it is not what you've left behind. Spirit is not going to put you in an Eight of Cups position to give you more things that you have to Eight of Cups. Whatever system of love you subscribe to is not going to do that to you. But since you have free will and since you have choice, you can go back to the Seven of Cups and choose another thing that you'll have to Eight of Cups. And that's why I had that one video. It's like 9 to 10 your way out of the 7-8 dance. With the 7 and 8 of Cups, with the 7 and 8 of Pentacles, with the 7 and 8 of Swords. Sometimes the 7 and 8 of Wands. But it's like we keep repeating these same cycles. With the Pentacles, we keep planting things that aren't going to yield crops. And it's like you live in a temperate climate. If you're trying to plant some seeds, plant seeds that flourish in a temperate climate. You ain't going to grow seeds in Antarctica that grow in equatorial climates. It ain't going to happen. Right? You have to grow what's in season and what can flourish in that environment. But if you keep planting these seeds and you keep giving it time and energy and effort, at the 8, you'll never reach the 9 where you get to harvest the crop, because you continue to plant things that aren't going to grow. If you're continuing to choose non-options at the 7 of Cups, like if your eyes were open and if you were aligned enough and if you loved yourself enough to choose things that love and honor you as well, instead of choosing, why is it that everybody takes advantage of me? Why is everybody using me? Why are all men trash? Why are all women non-committal? Why do I keep getting more of the same thing? Because you keep choosing more of the same thing. You keep making the same choices that keep leading you to the 8 of Cups. You keep choosing things that you have to walk away from until you get to the 9 that's actual wish fulfillment. But you don't get to the 9 if you keep making the same choices at the 7. And when we go to the Swords, if you never open your eyes at the 8 of Swords, it's painful at the 9 of Swords, yeah, but if you're so averse to that pain, that you never allow yourself to see what is actually keeping you bound at the Eight of Swords, where you're constantly losing out at the Seven. You feel like people are constantly taken from you. Situations like you're constantly getting rejected. Like you make it so far and then you don't get the job, or you do get the job but it doesn't last because your coworkers hate you and your boss is trash, and like you're not getting paid what you're worth and you keep getting taken advantage of. If you don't open your eyes at the Eight of Swords, how else are you supposed to get where you want to go? And with the Nine of Swords, yeah, it's painful, but facing it is the only thing. Facing it is the most surefire way to ensure that you don't continue to allow Seven of Swords situations in your life, right? And then when we're talking about wands, I don't know, that gets interesting because I feel like for me, or at least for the stories, but I guess the way that I personally break down the elements, the suit of fire is different than the suit of swords, cups, and earth. Because the suit of fire, it is what it is. The suit of air and earth and water, like those are all experiential. They're things that build upon themselves. But it's like the suit of fire is just you getting closer and closer and closer to the source that is you, to who you actually are, right? With the suit of water, it's like that's when we're balancing who we are out with sort of how we fit into the world emotionally, and like what are aspects of the self that we need to capitalize on to ensure maximum whatever in this lifetime, right? Like if you've been a baker in like 15 lives, and you were a carpenter in 7 lives, and you're in the construction business in this lifetime, you probably are going to focus more on the 7 carpenter lives and the skills that they gave you more than the 15 lives of being a baker. But I don't know, maybe you'll start mixing up concrete, or you'll start creating new formulations or ways to mix different things to create materials with new properties. Like when they used seawater to make cement or whatever material that was resistant to wind erosion or salt water erosion or whatever, right? Like then you can find a use for those baker skills maybe in the construction business, but that's the suit of water. It's about applying the fire in ways that sort of are you, but are you this time instead of just you in general, right? And then the suit of air and the suit of earth are similar in how like the things that we think become actual things. Now, the suit of earth, to master that suit in my mind, we have to master fire, air, and water before we come into any earth mastery, because earth being the last element, the heaviest, the most dense, it requires an understanding of the finer things to really make it work, right? And not explode, right? And then air is kind of sort of, it's mostly the mind, it's mostly mental, but there are some elements of fire and water, really. And then we use air to refine water and to really see what works in this lifetime. But it's like we kind of sort of play it out in the mental first. But the suit of fire to me, it's like it's the spark, it's the soul, it's, and like from 1 to 10 and then onwards, that's our journey fully recognizing the self. And so that's why for me, like the 7, 8, and then the 9 of Wands, it's interesting. Um, but I mean, I guess from an outside perspective, like the 7 of Wands is like the hill that we'll fight on. The 8 of Wands is about progression and movement, and then the 9 and the 10 of Wands is like getting to the area where we really decide for ourselves how much weight we're going to give the opinions and the desires and the wants of others in our life, as compared to how much we give the weight of things that we want and desire for us in our lives. Anyway, coming back to this, it's just a lot of different ways of saying that you have to allow the past to be the past, and you have to allow the future to become your now. Because if you don't allow your future to become your now, and if you're primarily focused on your past, then your present will be past dominant, and you'll continue to think or believe like, why are all of these the same? It's like they're all the same because you make them that way. Because in your mind, in your world, in your reality, they're not allowed to be anything except for what they are. And so it's time for this Empress to, you know, is it craning your neck? Is that a term? Let's ask Siri. I don't know if Siri will be able to help me with this one. Hey Siri, define craning a neck.
Okay, I found this on the web for define craning a neck. Check it out.
Craning. To stretch out one's neck. Yeah, okay. Hey Siri, define crane as a verb.
As a noun, it means a large, tall machine used for moving heavy objects by suspending them from a projecting arm or beam. Do you want to hear the next one?
Yes.
As a verb, it means stretch out one's body or neck in order to see something.
Yes, okay, thank you, no thanks. So yeah, she needs to crane her neck this way in the direction of literally like what she's giving birth to. And I can't even imagine what it means to be a mother. I can't imagine what it would mean to lose a child and then to have another child and to, like, you can lose a child before they're born or after they're born, but then to have another child, like, and to not kind of sort of imagine what could have been when you already have what you have. I don't know. But it's time for this Empress to put more care and attention towards herself and towards what she actually wants to see, and to stop focusing so much on the past. So this gets a whole bunch of extra information, but maybe it's relevant to these energies or to whoever would choose this or watch this or whatever. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe you come in and one day you're feeling like, you want to watch this major and when you want to watch that major, and so you switch it up every now and then. The timestamps will be in the description box and then in the comments later if I feel like it. And now we're coming into the tower. So the 16 is the 17. 17 is the star. The Empress took that one. I gotta go to the bathroom again, but we're gonna try to wait until after the tower. We only have 4 more after this. Or 5 more, because there's 22. Oof. 17. 3:18:18. So if you chose the number 17 or the tower, then this is where you start. The tower, this is going to be something that we just need to let go. We just need to let it go. What are we letting go? The devil. Round of applause. Love that. Love that. Excellent placement. Amazing time to come out. I was worried that, it would come out after like the sun or the star or the lovers or something. This makes me really happy. It makes me really happy that it came out here. It's just time to let it go. Especially coming out after this Empress where we're trying to create something new for ourselves, but we're just so wrapped up in the past and the fear of repeating it and stuff like that. Just let it go. Let it go. Just let it go. And I think that's all I'm going to say. And again, it goes back to whatever that card was when I was talking about the things that we sort of hang on to. The sun, when the sun came out with the Ace of Wands. And I was like, it's not about distracting ourselves or coping or seeking this in order to make up for that. Like, those are things that we enjoy for the enjoyment of it, because it adds to us and not because it distracts us from something else or because we're intending for it to replace something else. It's time to let go of those toxic ties. It's time to let go of the way that things have had to be. It's time to let go of the lies of how they told you the world works. Because as long as you continue to believe that, it's like your belief in that is keeping it around. Believe it or not. It's like whether you want it to or not, your belief in it is keeping it around. So let's shift the focus more into something that we want. Right? Let's face the challenges and the difficulties head on. There may be some withdrawal symptoms, sure. I was just reading something last night on Facebook. One of my buddies posted something about how, when people are strung out on things and then they go into rehab, it's like not only are you going through withdrawal symptoms, but you're also isolated from everybody that you love and that you care about, surrounded by strangers and people that you may not even like. And I was like, wow, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, it's time to face it. It's time to take off the blindfold, Eight of Swords, face it, go through the difficulty with the 9, and then put an end to it at the 10, so that you can see the truth of what the world has to offer and what it can be outside of everything that we forced it to be or that we've been convinced that it has to be. And we are in a time where we're kind of sort of being pushed to do a lot of things globally, nationally, internationally, some of which we may have more experience with, some of it is completely new, right? But it's like, obviously what we were doing isn't working or wasn't working. And just because we don't know how it'll work out, or just because like we don't have a solution in place right now, doesn't mean that we don't look for one. Like, you know how much money we spend in like arms and developing weapons and stuff like that? How come we can spend all this money re-upping and upping the ante on the amount of destruction and death that we can cause, but when it comes to creating or sustaining life, then it's like, how are we going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for that? Where's that money going to come from? Well, where does the money come from when we still kill and destroy? And then people say like America got more money wrapped up in arms and weapons than the next several countries combined. And then you find out all these billionaire companies ain't even paying no taxes. Imagine like what we could do if we just shifted our priorities. And I don't know, in my mind, it's like, we've never done this before and we don't know how to do this. That is not a valid excuse for us to not try. I don't know what it's like to, be financially set, but that don't mean I'm going to try to live at the financial level that I'm living right now for all my life. Hello? No, like I'm gonna discover what it's like and what it's like for me. I'm not necessarily an extremely materialistic person, so for me, it don't gotta be big mansions and like 15 different Lamborghinis. you know, I don't know what tomorrow's gonna hold, but you best believe I'm gonna put hope and faith that it's gonna be better than today, and not that there's anything necessarily wrong with today, but tomorrow gets me closer to next year and the year after that and the happy times, and I can make every day happy, but it's something that we can build upon day by day by day by day, day by 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 day. It gets progressively better and better. So yeah, just leave all this garbage. Leave it. Just let it go. Just let it go. It's like if somebody want to be toxic and nasty, and if you want to argue, that's fine. You can argue with yourself. I'm not. I'll wash my hands of this. I'm moving on. You want to run these races, horses, y'all can run without the Sagittarian Centaur, because even though I'm gonna act like I don't have a jockey. I know that I'm my own jockey. I'm gonna act like I'm my own jockey right now. And this horse is gonna decide that it don't want to run the race no more. This horse don't want to run the rat race no more. Right? Look at me trying to salvage my relationship with every Sagittarius out there. I'm just playing, but let's get into this energy. Can we just skip it? I'm gonna skip it. Part of me is like, this is my channel and I can skip it if I want to. Another part of me is like, maybe something that I could say might actually help somebody in a situation that they're trying to get out of. Part of me really wants to just skip it because I can. But I will go there for whoever it benefits. I'll go there. I wonder what the last major is going to be. So the majors that we haven't seen yet are the Fool, the High Priestess, Justice, Death, And that's it. It would be so poetic if the Fool comes last. It would also be really poetic if like the High Priestess was literally the bottom of the deck, and so there's no card that comes out with her. I don't know. Place your bets. Speaking of horse racing. So this is 18. 18 in the moon, girl. 3:26:10. So if you chose number 18 or the devil, this is your energy. Oh, I guess I'll do 2. This is how we're bound. And this is how to free ourselves. Okay? Even though one kind of sort of can give implications for the other, we'll try to delineate it and make it plain. Try, emphasis on the word try. So how are we bound? The 5 of Wands. Given to stuff that we know that we shouldn't be given to. Fighting battles that aren't even ours. Yeah, that didn't flow like. That's honestly, in this deck, the 5 of Wands, these are dragonflies with the 5 wands. Dragonflies speak to, for me, ancient wisdom, ancient knowledge, things of that nature. 5 of Wands is an energy of confrontation. This is fighting fights that aren't even yours. The pawn, literally the pawns in the game, being used to just, it's distracted. So busy fighting everything and everybody else, not even taking that 4 of Swords moment to be like, hey, like, I don't have to do this, and I'm not gonna be something for, what was that? It was the Knight of Swords that came out. I can't remember. The Knight of Swords, and then I pulled the 4 of Swords. And I was talking about how some people are just like hateful. This is an energy of confrontation. It's a Leo energy. It's also an energy of us proving ourselves. So one of the things that makes it harder for us to get out of this double energy is constantly needing to prove ourselves to other people, all the while probably playing right into their hands. It's like that one person who has such a big ego where, like, if you want them to do anything, like, all you got to do is be like, what's the matter? Are you chicken? And then start making chicken noises and they'll do it. They're like, I'm not a chicken. I'll prove it. I'm not a chicken. I'll prove it. And then everybody laughs at that person. Like, you're not necessarily gullible, but your ego will make you just do whatever. And it's like, it's time to put all that down. It's time to put it down. How do we free ourselves? We got the Knight of Pentacles. That's rehab energy. It's a day-by-day effort. Slow and steady. It's conscientious. I think that's the word I want. I'm pretty sure it is. Hey Siri, define conscientious.
Of a person wishing to do what is right, especially to do one's work or duty well and thoroughly.
Yay!
Do you want to hear the remaining one?
Sure.
Relating to a person's conscience.
Okay. Yeah, so it's very conscientious. It's very diligent. And it understands that it's going to take time. Right? It takes time. This is an energy that's so old and so rooted in us. Also, I just, learned a little bit more about the life cycle of dragonflies. They start as nymphs in the bottom of the water, where they breathe water. And then, they climb up a reed, they poke their head out, their body, their chemistry, just like a butterfly, caterpillars go from goo to glory. They breathe air. They break the exoskeleton. They come out with some wings. After they dry, they can fly. It's a process. It's a process. It's like this wasn't built overnight, and it's not going to be undone overnight either. And it's interesting because it's like devil energy is one of the few energies that will take It's like there are so many things that we can create that can literally fall apart in seconds or one day. Decades, centuries, years, months of hard work can be completely undone in one day, in a few moments. But with devil energy, it's going to take time to undo it. It took time to create this habit. It's going to take time to break it. But if we can come into this conscientious Knight of Pentacles energy, then we can change how long it takes to break this habit. It's almost like this energy is the salvation to this energy, because this is an energy of dedication that's been fortified by behavior and patterns of behavior. And here's more dedication fortified by the creation of new patterns of behavior. And if we can come all the way into Knight of Pentacles energy, devil energy can be broken in a split second. Devil energy can be broken as soon as you decide to not do it anymore. And as long as you continue to make that decision and act in alignment with that decision, those chains will be broken. It reduces rehabilitation time from what, days to months to years, to a second, a decision, a moment. I decided I wasn't going to do it, and since I made that decision, I haven't done it. And I've been not doing it for a day, a week, a month, 5 months, 7 months, a year, 8 years, 10 years clean this year. And sometimes it is a decision that we continue to make every day, but also sometimes it's a decision that, like, is a no-brainer, right? Let's say you do have a hard day or you have a rough day, and if you're used to coping in that way, maybe you do get that thought, I could go back. But it may not necessarily be every day. There are things like, I wasn't addicted to any substances. I mean, I kind of sort of had a video game addiction. And by addiction, I mean, like, I would play video games instead of facing my problems. But then when it came to the point where playing video games was a problem, then I couldn't use that to cope anymore. And for me, substance was never a thing that I really struggled with. So it's not like I had another, like, backup crutch. Like, my eyes got to the point where me playing video games depressed me because I couldn't really see anymore. And I kept losing and dying. I tried to play an old Kirby game, couldn't even play Kirby. I'm like, girl, And so that's another reason why I had to start facing all my problems. That's one of the things that actually triggered my darkest night, because the things that I was using to cope, I could no longer cope with. And again, for me, it wasn't substance, so it wasn't something that I could continue to do. So, my ability to speak on this is fairly limited. But there are lots of people out there who could help you with this, who could speak on this, who have gone through this personally. And sometimes, honestly, some things could be as simple as a decision. And really sticking to that decision. So, yeah. All the best with that. I feel like that wasn't necessarily helpful, but like I said, seek out somebody maybe who's more versed in that. Next is the Ace of Pentacles. Well, then there's that whole new world that he's carrying. It's a day-by-day type thing. And sometimes, honestly, when it comes to some forms of addiction, sometimes we cope for a reason. I coped for a reason. And when I faced the reason, I no longer had a reason to cope. I didn't need to cope anymore because I was handling and dealing with the thing that I was coping for in the first place. Right? Sometimes we can do that. Sometimes we can't. For me, like, if you lost somebody and that's why you cope the way in which you cope, it's like you can face the grief, but it doesn't necessarily bring that person back. Well, I mean, I guess, like, in my own life, like, I was coping for things that I can't change either. I just changed my relationship with it. Like, everything that I was concerned and worried about, those concerns are still real and still valid and still things that I have to face. They didn't go away. But me running away from them did. So I don't know. It's whatever y'all have out there to help y'all, take it. And here's the High Priestess. So we're coming into the High Priestess. The High Priestess is a little bit of a hush hush. This is a little bit of a tidbit of information that would why. This is a why. The High Priestess is gonna give us a little bit of a why. And the why, the question can be different for all kind of folks. This is a 19. I love the 19 for the High Priestess because we're gonna try to bring some of this to light a little bit. Girl, please, hello, can you cooperate? I'm trying to not be live for like 5 hours. So the High Priestess, number 19, that's sun energy. Come on, bring it to the lights. Bring it to the light. 3:36:22. So if you chose number 19 because you like the energy of the sun, or you just like the number 19 because it reduces to a 10, reduces to a 1, then hey, this is for you. This is going to be why. This is going to be, we're going to try to make it the why. We're going to try to make it the why. The Seven of Pentacles. Because it's growing you. Because it's teaching you how to care for yourself, and it's teaching you how to care for other things. That's why. Why is this happening? Why, like, why don't I know? Because of what it leads you to. Right? Just trust that it's going to lead you to more than you expect. When you plant a seed, the crop is a lot bigger than that little seed that you planted. But the potential was in the seed the whole time. Excuse me, but you don't get to see any of that potential if you don't plant the seed and if you don't care for it. This is beautiful. And really short. That's why. I don't know, maybe you had a question that you ain't know the answer to. It's because it's going to pay out much better than, like, with the Seven of Pentacles. And I love that this Seven of Pentacles is like one plant. This is one plant with 7 big old juicy fruits. And who this? Who this up here? What are you? Oh, it's a watering can. Oh, it's some bumblebees holding a watering can. That's cute. This is one plant with 7 big old juicy fruits. This one thing that you're doing, this one area of difficulty, it's going to pay out in so many different ways, areas, and aspects of your life. You're going to be so glad that you went through this little period of the unknown. It's a gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving. And then from these fruits, you can plant more seeds if you want, or you can enjoy the fruits and give other people the seeds. You know? But yeah, that's why. It's not for no reason. It's to grow you and to evolve you in ways that, like, you know, we don't necessarily associate bees with watering the flowers. They just spread the pollen. But hey, look, the bees are doing work today. Bees are doing all kinds of stuff today. They watering the flowers. They pollinating the flowers, cross-pollinating the flowers. They's doing it all. Only thing the bees ain't doing is making the sun shine, and the sun does that by itself. So that's why. Allow it to unfold in all of the beautiful ways it has to unfold. And next we have the Seven of Swords. 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Swords. And this 7 of Swords energy is so interesting because that he ain't even sneaking. He just like, oh hey, yeah, I'm gonna take these swords now, bye. And if you don't say nothing to stop him, then hello. Tell him to stop. And then we have the 6 of Wands right there. So that's the victory. And then we got the 8 of Wands. So there's the recognition, and here's the glow up, the takeoff. And then we got the Page of Swords. Brand new thoughts, brand new perspectives, opening to a whole new world. And then we have the 6 of Swords. So that brand new perspective is going to lead us to getting out of that old world. I love that. I love that. Sometimes we have to allow ourselves to see something a different way before we can experience it in a different way. There are some things that we can experience that open our minds. Some things our minds have to be open before we can experience them. And that's, to me, that's what this is saying. Your mind has to be open before you can experience it. Whatever it is. I need to get on Animal Crossing and make sure that I'm not missing out on any spooky DIYs. And then we have the Ace of Swords. Exactly. I love that the Page of Swords, it's actually going to lead us to some major truths. It's the Page of Swords that's taking us on this journey that leads to this truth. It ain't the Knight of Swords, the King of Swords, or the Queen of Swords. So this is about something that's not established. The kings and queens and even the knights, they're all partially to totally established. And when you're established, you don't really have the freedom to explore. Right? If you're responsible for a whole kingdom, you ain't necessarily got the time to be experimenting with something that's unproven. Right? Now, unless you're in a time of crisis, then you might be real experimental. When all the proven things ain't working, then it's like, hey, go get the page. Somebody go get the page. Go get the page. Go find the page. Where's the page? We tried everything else. And then following the page will actually get us to this brand new understanding. Again, something that we have to experience before we allow us, something we have to be open to before we allow ourselves the experience that will prove it as true. Now we have the Two of Pentacles. But this one ain't juggling. This one is lifting weights. Look at that fox. And then the Ten of Pentacles. I love that. Followed by the Eight of Swords. There's this little ram that's trapped and stuck. This is an interesting Eight of Swords because it's only stuck in like a few directions. But if this thing turned north, like follow that North Star, it would lead you right out of this. Like there's enough space in between those two swords up top. And like there's already abundance there because we can see the grass. Like that's where the abundance is. Like turn north. Hello? Goodness. I'm trying to graze in areas that's dead. I was like, why is everything dead here? Because you in the desert? I don't know. At least go to the oasis. And then here's the Three of Wands. I used to think this Three of Wands was a long-necked unicorn. It's a giraffe. I was like, wow, they drew that unicorn with a real long neck. And then we have the Fool. So the Fool is coming off of that Three of Wands, and I love it because I was just talking about how we like, why is everything dead? Why is everything dry? If you look north, not only can you fit between the swords, but there's something already growing there. There's already abundance there. The land of magic already exists. You ain't got to reinvent the wheel. Just go to the land where they got wheels. Right? And then we come out with the Fool card. The Fool is sitting at number 20, which is Judgment. Which means that our last card is going to be the one that I thought might be the last card, but I didn't talk about. Because it wasn't as poetic necessarily. I mean, there is still some poeticism to it, but, you know, especially, we'll get there. 03:43:14. I did not need that 0, but that's fine. I will take that out now. So if you chose the number 20, if you chose the number of Judgment, excuse me, you get the Fool. The Fool, this is somewhere where we need to allow ourselves to be brand new. Release all preconceptions and enter this space as a newborn babe and allow it to teach us what it has to teach us. What is this space? Oh, it's death. I forgot death. So the last card is still going to be the last card, but I completely forgot that this card hadn't come out yet. Death, it's transformation. It's a skeleton. This is interesting. Oh, this is real interesting. This is going to be a slightly different message because this skeleton is dead. And typically we see the Fool depicted with a rucksack, right? Where it has all of the tools that it needs, but at the magician, it opens up the bag to reveal all the tools, and then the magician like shows the Fool what it can do with all the tools. It doesn't necessarily teach the Fool, but it shows the Fool. I think this is a dead Fool. If we look at this, it's like there's a tear in the bag, and all of the tools fell out. This Fool had set out, if you look really close, it's like that could be a little tear up there. It's like all of the food, all of the supplies fell out, and this Fool perished. And that to me, it just speaks of, it's something that came before its time. Maybe we tried to do things that the energy at the time wasn't in support of, but the energy is more supportive of it now. Also, this is just allowing things to be transformed. Right? The Fool and death are looking in opposite directions. right? And I said this is an area where we need to allow ourselves to be completely brand new. Like if you've gone through a space of transformation and transmutation and stuff like that and rebirth, allow yourself to be reborn. Maybe that's what this skeleton is about. Maybe we've outgrown our old support systems, right? Butterflies don't crawl like caterpillars. Dragonflies don't just chill in the bottom of a pond like nymphs do. You have this new mobility. You have these new abilities. Use them. Explore the world, above the water. Explore the world off of the tree and off of the leaves, right? It's like you ain't got to munch on leaves all day anymore. You can go and enjoy the nectar of flowers because you can fly up in there. And multiple flowers, right? In multiple ways, in multiple areas. And you can be this thing of beauty after the transformation rather than just like the transformation itself, right? Because personally, I look at a butterfly as a symbol of beauty after transformation, maybe grace, and the caterpillar more of as transformation itself, right? Because, we know that the caterpillar is destined for that transformation and we celebrate the butterflies more than the caterpillars. Even though every part is a part of the phase. Every phase is a part of the transition. But yeah, I would say allow the past to be the past. That's come up before. And things that didn't work, maybe they didn't work because you didn't have the skeletal structure to support it that you have now. Maybe you didn't have the love of self. Maybe you didn't have the love of others. Maybe you didn't have the freedom and the healing that you've come into now. It's like allow what has been transformed to be transformed, to experience life anew. Also allow for things to be reborn. And again, it's like with a healthy amount of self-love and healthy boundaries, we can enter these spaces and be like, you know what, that's not for me. It just ain't for me no more. You know? And it doesn't take us as long, right? We don't have to reach the end of our lives before we're like, hey, this isn't working for me. I'm going to do something different. Also, maybe that's another message here, If it ain't working, then cut ties and move on. And again, I feel like I got to clarify there are some things that are worth fighting for. And there are things that will try to make you think that they're worth fighting for, but they'll never give back, right? It's like you looking at, let's say, a little mini snake, like it's a caterpillar, like waiting, like, when are you going to, like, go into a cocoon? When are you going to turn into a butterfly? That thing ain't no caterpillar. That thing gonna never be no butterfly. That ain't what that is. It ain't what that is. Some of them are actual caterpillars. Some of them are snakes. And you're like, oh my gosh, this is the biggest caterpillar I've ever seen. This butterfly is going to be huge. I was like, girl, that's a snake. Hello? Did you see the way that thing ate that rat? You see how that devoured that mouse? That ain't no caterpillar. Caterpillars eat leaves. Caterpillars are vegetarians, girl. That thing is a carnivore. Sorry. Anyway, that's this. We're moving on to death. Almost like the tower, it's something that we need to allow to be reborn and transformed. Maybe a way that we have to relook at it. And is this justice? It is not. Oh, it's the Page of Wands. It's that Jiminy Cricket. I love it. Well, girl, I ain't even timestamp, so let me not get too far into it. Let me not get too far. So yeah, Justice is going to be the last card. And I was like, because I saw Justice didn't have a number, I was like, Justice would be the last card. And Justice is something that we haven't necessarily known. And so that's why I was like, oh, it could be poetic, because like we don't really know justice in this world. Like we've never really had justice. History has always been told from the perspective of the victors, and the ones who win have always been the ones who decide what justice is, and they will see their actions as just and the actions of others as unjust. They make the rules. Or so they thought. 3:49:35. So if you chose number 21, the number of the world, or if you chose Death card, this is what I got for you. And this is something to allow to be transformed and reborn. And what's going to be reborn is our friend Jiminy Cricket, the Page of Wands. And I talked about the Knight of Pentacles being conscientious. And the second definition of conscientiousness was about, of or relating to one's conscience. And Jiminy Cricket was the conscience of Pinocchio, back before he was a real boy and he had his own conscience. And conscientiousness came out with the devil. It was the devil, the Five of Wands, and the Knight of Pentacles. So that was something that, was it tied us up, it bound us, kept us stuck. Now here's the Death card. that is the transformation. And it's interesting that the energy of conscientiousness, not only is that going to save us from the devil energy or to free us from that devil energy, but it's also something that we need to transform. And in my mind, that's an open heart. Quite honestly. And we need to, I think it's going back to the Wheel of Fortune and whatever card came out with the Wheel of Fortune. Was it the Knight of Swords? Did the Knight of Swords come out after the Wheel of Fortune? I thought it was another major. I don't remember. No, no, because I pulled the Knight of Swords and the Four of Swords together. With the Hanged one. I think it was the Hanged Man and the Knight of Swords and the Four of Swords. I can't remember what it was before. Um, but energy. But still, there's this energy of us, instead of doubling down on things that we know aren't it because we want to try to save face or whatever, it's us needing to allow things to transform. Allow your heart to be open and move forward in an open hearted way. Allow yourself to see that there are ways to do and get what you want out of life that don't require you to sacrifice or take advantage of other people. Right? And it's actually this energy that is really supported right now because the collective and the planet needs it. It's more supported than it's ever been. And it's supported in greater force because, again, we have this opportunity, and the shift is already happening where we're pulling out of this self-absorbed energy, where we're starting to care more about the state of the world and other people in it, and how our decisions and actions impact them, and if that treatment is just and fair or not. More and more and more people are starting to have their eyes open to see the truth that's been there the whole time. But for some reason, maybe they thought people were making things up, or like we thought it wasn't as bad as it was. But now we're beginning to see, for some people, it's worse than you thought. For some people, it's yeah, it's like it's been this bad. But there's this energy to face it with an open heart and to come into things that benefit all. And I feel like it's like allow that king and queen of the past to be reborn as this page 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever, to seek out ways that make things better for everybody instead of just for ourselves. And then from this energy, we can mature into our king or queen that does for himself and herself and themselves, as well as for the community around them. Kings and queens that become stars and suns in their communities. And that's something that I talked about. It was probably on the new channel, probably yesterday or the day before. I guess I haven't really mentioned it, but I'm planning on taking a break on this channel. Not uploading so frequently. I'll do daily uploads or weekday uploads on the other channel, but again, I got like 2 months to do what I've had a year to do. So this is going to be one of the spaces where I step back, because ultimately, at the end of the day, everything that needs to be said and experienced has already been said and experienced. It's just for us to jigsaw the pieces together and to begin to live it and to decide from those spaces, right? At least from my opinion. And if you don't like that answer, there's other people for you to watch. So, but yeah, it's taken conscientiousness to a whole new degree. And it's almost like it's bringing conscientiousness to home, right? It's like, why are we so concerned with Africa and third world countries and stuff like that more so than we are here? And it's because that concern, those mission trips, reinforce the narrative that those minorities and those countries are needing of your. It feels a savior complex. People got savior complexes, and rather than doing actual good in the world, they do good in the world where it reinforces their supposed superiority over certain minorities and certain groups and certain locales. And you're spreading the good word of, but it's like that's a word that should be spread without sort of expectation. It's like, I feel like, WWJD, he would go and feed people because they're hungry and not because, that's an area where we can come in and cleanse what savagery is there and give them the right thing that is, what we believe in. when your life and your kindness and your generosity should be testimony enough, right? You shouldn't have to like really mention it. People should come to you and ask you, because you are that light that so shines in the world upon the lands. It shouldn't come with a caveat of, believe this or else. But anyway, I personally believe that there are many gateways and systems of love that lead to the same general core. And I don't value or devalue one over the other or more than the other. There are many ways to get there. Some of them, I feel like we kind of sort of cherry pick and choose when to be loved and when not to be loved, and who's deserving of love and who's not. And it's like ultimately at the end of the day, ain't nobody judge, jury, or executioner of anybody. And books have been so tampered with and edited over the years. Like when I learned about the Nicene Council, like when people got together to decide which books of the Bible would be canon, I was like, what? People got together to decide which books of the Bible actually make it into the Bible as canon. There are books that were rejected from the Bible. Some books talk about stuff like reincarnation, and like people talk about the Book of Enoch. And there's these other books. You may find them in is it the Torah, or you may find them in some Bibles. I think like Ethiopia. It was like Ethiopia or some country somewhere, where it's like, yeah, they have like complete Bibles, like Bibles that include the books that were rejected by the versions that became the King James and the New International Version and all of these different versions of the Bible. Because again, it didn't fit the agenda that those people were trying to sort of project and portray. And then as the agenda changes, we sort of re-edit the book along the way. But again, it's like with that Four of Swords energy, it's like if you tap into the field of love that these books are supposed to be giving you access to, and you're always, at least in my opinion, you're always supposed to form a connection for yourself, where within your own connection you can be like, hey, like, is this something that vibes? Is this something that resonates? Is this something that subscribes to the ideologies, of love that is the basis for this? Or is it not? Also, this could be, I mean, it was more so the innocence of Pinocchio. And, he did go to that island and he became a donkey and he did some stuff that he wasn't supposed to do, as we all do as we grow and mature. But it's also an energy of maturing as well. So, transformation, actually having a conscience. Stop squishing and squashing the Jiminy crickets, right? Let Jiminy be great. And then we have the Nine of Cups followed by Justice. So Justice isn't going to come out with anything. Justice is saying, bring justice to all of this. To all of this. All of this could use some justice. All of that. Take all of it and put it together and move forward in the world in a way that is just for you. Right? So, I mean, I'll timestamp Justice just in case somebody picks it, I guess. So Justice is number 22. Justice is that which exists outside of the world. And I love that, because that is poetic in its own right. Justice is something that's a little bit more cosmic and universal than your local laws and governments. You think it's just to transgress against certain people without consequence and others with severe consequence? In what world? And the one that you've manufactured for yourself, or the one that you're completely complacent in believing in because it serves you and your narrative? Okay, that's interesting. I wonder how that works when you get to the pearly gates. Justice with the Nine of Cups right there, though. It is something that I feel like a lot of people are wishing for, and to get it, things have to be shaken up. 3. Nope, sorry. I was gonna say 3, but then it switched to 4 hours right as I did that. I'm just gonna say 40000. Justice, you get 4 hours. And the Emperor was the first card that came out. So number 1 was a 4, I believe. Yep, number 1 was a 4, and number 22 will be at 4 hours. So Yeah, justice is about bringing balance to all of this, everything that we've seen before. And again, it's something that on this world, on this planet, at least as of now, we don't really have any basis for. If you go to Canada, you go to Australia, you go to other countries where they treat their indigenous people like trash. They treat their indigenous people as less than people. They do the indigenous people dirty. They do the indigenous people so wrong. And you'd be like, oh, we're in 2020. I know, like, a lot of times Americans like to overly romanticize Canada and who Trudeau and everything that they do. But you see the way they treat their indigenous people? One of the indigenous mothers just uploaded the video the other day, her getting cussed out, racial slurs thrown at her, and she's literally dying in the hospital. Canada ain't no better. Australia ain't no better. They don't treat their indigenous people any better over there either. And like this, that's the virus that spread from Europe all over the world. Call it manifest destiny. Oh snap, Miss Vernell. Hey Miss Vernell. I'm literally about to end it. It's been like 4 hours, but thanks for coming in. We call it stuff like manifest destiny. And it's like, I don't know, it's interesting, you know, growing up in the church, we hear the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but who's been stealing, killing, and destroying all over the world? For the sake of what? Civilizing? Y'all call that civilizing? And that's why people are afraid of aliens. That's why Stephen Hawking is like, you know, we shouldn't be wanting aliens to come, because if history has anything to say about it, aliens will do to us what the Europeans did to the rest of the world. And it's like, why you got people in these places that are actually welcoming the Europeans, welcoming, you know, like, oh, you don't know how to farm, girl? Well, let me teach you. Teach them today, they kill you tomorrow. Girl, it's like, I don't know. And this, again, it wasn't supposed to get like that, but the scales in this world have been thrown so far out of balance. It's just, I don't know. That's why there's no card after this. We have no model for justice on this planet really to follow. It doesn't exist. We got to create it. We got to create it. You got to make it up. Probably not, Miss Vernell. And I might be like, I'm not going to be live super, super frequently over here because I got a lot of stuff to take care of in my own life, in my personal life. And I've been procrastinating for too long. I got to get it all done now. So probably like the plan is to not be live too much. So, you know, I'll just pop up here and there. But yeah, that's what I got. That's where I'm gonna end this. We'll get a final message because, you know, ain't nothing come out for justice, but oof, it get me hot because I'm like, really. And then then you watch Pocahontas and they calling other people savages, and it's like, girl, which one of us is actually out here acting like they ain't got no home training? But I mean, I would say acting like they ain't got no home training, but that is the home training that they get. Oh, it's yours. Just take it. They're not even people. Girl, what? Oh yeah, just take their land, wipe them out. Don't even take care of the land. Strip everything from the land. It's like, girl, is there any care or concern about anything or anybody? Is nothing sacred? Is no one? And then they want to sit on the religious high horse. You know, use God to say that, you know, that's why we're going out there and we're killing under the name of Jesus. We're civilizing those less civilized. Girl, I'm like, Jesus, God, that God ain't nowhere in nothing that you out there doing. I don't see love nowhere out there. Don't put God in that. Don't put Jesus in that. Do not put them in that. Like, really? No, don't do them like that. Don't do them like that. And the Three of Swords is still in reverse. But it is what it is. So let's get a final message and then wrap this up. That ended in a way that I didn't necessarily expect, but that's all 22 major arcana. So I don't know. Timestamps will be in the description box. I can actually put them in the description box now. I keep seeing the lovers at the bottom of the deck. I like that. I like that energy. Okay. Final message, please. Let's calm back down. Bottom of the deck is the Sun card. The sun will come out in a way that it's never shined before. Like actual sunlight. What we getting over? We got the Ten of Wands right here. The Chariot. the Eight of Wands, the World, and the Three of Cups. This is a lot of energy. Oh, this is interesting. So there's a unicorn on the Eight of Wands. So the red horse is looking at the red card, and the white horse is looking at the unicorn. So the Ten of Wands, this is the sins of our forefathers. This is us. What's at the bottom of the deck? Well, Ten of Wands, the Chariot, the Eight of Wands, the World, and the Three of Cups. The only way forward is together, and we will get there the quickest when we're actually working together, right? The chapter is closing on this world that is built around taking, and unfortunately, or fortunately for the other planets, humans weren't able to perfect their technologies, as far as we know, before they could terraform another planet and just go and do the same thing somewhere else. So if we reach the end, like, this is it. This is it for us. It's like, can we come together now, please? Can we be responsible now, please? Like, can we? Because, like, the World card is looking at this Eight of Wands with the back turned towards the Three of Cups. Like, when we come together, that's where humanity really shines. We're social creatures. We're so smart and so adaptable. But it's like, we've always, at least in this country, we've always prioritized destruction over anything else. That's what all of our resources get pulled into. And then, like, that's why we get no real forward progression and no real forward movement. Like, automobiles and cars have been the same for how long? As much as technology has boomed, like, it doesn't make sense that we get so much progression in some areas, but it's literally like almost nothing has changed in some others. And it's intentional. It's because we're not prioritizing any of it. It's time to align with love and compassion. And I feel like we're going to start to experience more and more restriction as we stay in those old energies. Bottom of the deck, again, it was the Sun card. It's time for the sun to come out. So for everything that thrived in the darkness, it ain't going to work the way it used to. Right? And you ain't got to come into the light. You can find some shady corner. You can find whatever. I don't know. But yeah, so those were interesting. Some of them were calmer than others. It is what it is. I hope y'all have a good whatever whenever y'all see this, and I hope you all are acting in alignment to make the good better and the better great, and, you know, the rest is the rest. I would do the whole thing today, but I ain't got it. I do. I hope you're acting in alignment to make the great, miraculous, and fantastic and wonderful. And those who believe in miracles and act in alignment with miracles and are open to miracles, miraculous things happen. Every day. Even right now. Sometimes you just don't know it until after it's come all the way in. But, like, if you get it tomorrow, girl, it had your name on it today. Hello? It had your name and your address. If it showed up tomorrow, it had to know where to find you. It's already yours. But, you know, you ain't got to take it. You ain't got to open the door. You ain't got to do nothing you don't want to do. So, I'll catch y'all later. Hopefully, like, you know, next month. I'm actually doing work over here now. Bye.